if you want to call it like that, but basically it's where they refuel, so refuel station down there at Highway 4 in front of our lot. For whatever reason they chose that place. Hey, we're not going to complain because it's a nice shot to see this helicopter. And so right now they are in that process. It'll probably take off in the next few minutes and head out again to check on the range. So multiple different roadblocks across the highway out there at Boca Chica, basically all the way from the start of the road out in basically Brownsville.
We were on the way to the moon. Apollo 11 was taking off from the launch pad and headed on the way to the moon for the first landing. However, you have NASA space flight here, and we are joining you live from all over Starbase. If you've been hanging out in the stakeout, you have seen all of the different views that we've got. I think we've got even more views to share with you now. But as it is, we are currently 2 hours and 45 minutes away from that anticipated T0 Starship Flight 13 on the pad. You can see Booster 20 and Ship 40 beautifully stacked up there. I'm going to be over here on the roof of the Margaritaville South Padre Island. I'm 6-7 miles away. We've got some folks that are closer over at River at the Rocket Ranch Outpost. Our team is basically scattered all over the place to bring y'all as many views as you can. Over the course of the show today, we'll be doing all sorts of different stuff, but let me introduce the other people who are on with me today. Kicking it off with Mr. Ryan Caton. We have Ryan on comms.
Hello everybody, it is great to be back, just like that helicopter, perfectly timed. Yeah, it's time for another Starship launch, and you know, snuck up on us a little bit, but great to see one nonetheless. Fingers crossed we get off the ground in just over 2 hours and 44 minutes.
Ryan, I was going to say, I didn't know you were coming live from the helicopter, but I guess that was just a shot of the range helicopter. That is a helicopter, it's not Ryan. Ryan, good to have you as always.
Cuba in Florida, and that was like all the way out there downrange. For this flight, they no longer have to go through that because they are no longer anywhere close to Florida, so no eastern range support or anything like that. But definitely for the immediate area around Starbase, that's all on SpaceX. You might have seen other companies out there with their own private space complexes, like Rocket Lab, for example, out there in Mahia in New Zealand. And so they have also their own range capabilities and things like that, their own road closures. They even have a website where they post that. SpaceX also has that one as well on the Starbase City of Starbase website as well, where we can check the status of the road and also where the upcoming road closures are sort of planned for and things like that. So, it's quite accessible information in that sense. We can also see it as well because we have cameras.
And of course, they're assisted out here by the U.S. Coast Guard. Coast Guard vessels are out looking around. But the helicopter that you see there, that's not like the NASA helicopter clearing the range like you'd see at KSC. That is the SpaceX helicopter that is clearing the range. Because down here, SpaceX has basically rolled your own spaceport. They wanted to get their own sort of feet them because their cadence. You hear out at the Cape, like other launch providers are concerned because they're like, if SpaceX is launching every day, when are we supposed to do anything? Well, down here in Brownsville, SpaceX is the only game in town, I guess you could say. So we see SpaceX sort of doing their own thing as they get ready for launch. We'll keep checking up with you here, folks. But coming up on just about 2.5 hours, we've got lots of different things to chat about over the course of the countdown. It's going to get busier as we get closer to launch. Things are going to start to happen. You're going to see the fuel start to you'll see the signs that fueling has begun. Frost will start to form on the side. Venting and plumes of vapors will go everywhere. The vehicle and the tower are really going to come alive. We're not quite there yet. There's some tank farm activity, not quite making it to the rocket itself. But when that time comes, we will hop back in and talk about specifically what's happening. For now, let's look ahead a little bit to the weather. I mean, I'm over here on the roof of the Margaritaville. I'll tell you one thing, it's hot. Luckily, there's a little bit. It's been clearing up. I'm definitely under shade right now. But early this morning when I woke up, it was pretty overcast, and I groggy, roll out of the bedroom, and I look at the sky, and I'm like, oh, man, I hope it clears up. But that's what's been happening. It's been clearing up quite well over on this end. So let's hop over to Ryan real quick. Ryan, talk to us about what the weather's looking like. We got any thunderstorms, cumulus clouds? What are we looking at today?
Well, I have good news for you, Das, because I have pulled up the radar behind me, and if I stand in front of the Gulf here, I can promise you, I pulled up the radar. This isn't just a satellite image of Starbase. This is the live radar, and you can see there is not a speck on this map. So that's wonderful news for the, not getting rained on part of the equation. If I bring up the live imagery from NOAA, we can take a look at how the clouds are looking over Starbase, and we can see some wispiness going on over the Gulf, over the coast here. A bit of thicker cloud more inland over Texas. But again, conditions are not terrible. They've certainly been worse in the past. Of course, we would want as clear a skies as possible for tracking launches and bringing you live footage of the launch from Starbase. But if we do have to deal with clouds, then this is probably the better clouds that we want to deal with. In terms of the weather forecast, I'm going to bring up the dew point versus air temperature, which I'm sure you're getting used to at this point. Essentially, it's more complicated than this, but the simplest explanation is that when these two temperatures touch, clouds will form. And we've got a little bit of cloud layer in the higher up into the sky, which is what we were just looking at on the live NOAA satellite imagery. But in terms of, in the lower kilometers, single-digit kilometers, it's looking like we're going to have pretty clear skies. So fingers crossed this leads to ideal tracking conditions for launch. And if I bring up the wind speed forecast again, you can see here, it's actually pretty smooth. We've seen, kind of 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 knots. I mean, we've just hit 24 knots here at around 3 kilometers. This is about as fast as the wind is forced to be today around the time of launch. And as we get higher into the sky, the wind speed actually decreases. So these wind conditions are actually pretty favorable for launch, at least what the forecast is showing. Of course, the forecast is just a prediction. And other than that, there is some things we're looking out for, maybe anvil clouds and maybe some thicker clouds getting in the way. Of course, we don't want any Apollo 12 lightning strikes taking place today. But, fingers crossed, this is one of the better days that SpaceX has attempted to launch Starship throughout its history. So the weather doesn't seem to be a big red flag at the moment.
Good deal. Folks, something? Give it up for Mr. Ryan Caton there real quick. All the stuff that's flashing behind him, would y'all think we have like some massive studio with 50 people doing all these Ryan put together his graphics. He put together the information for you. He's got the green screen. Right? Do you have an earpiece on today? You have an earpiece on.
I always do, but you've just never been able to see it before.
Why? It's the haircut, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the haircut. Might I say that your haircut looks dashing? I think that's a proper British term, isn't it?
Thank you. That is most appropriate at 9 o'clock in the evening local time.
It needs a certain tie. Hey, ease it in, all right, Alex? Easy. Don't try to jump the gun too much.
It just reminds me, of the old Apollo folks,
He can do the short sleeve white shirts with the tie. It's not a long sleeve shirt; it's a short sleeve shirt with the tie.
I'm just gonna say that we need NSF ties on the store.
Oh my gosh! Well, talk to Lindsay about the store. Look, I can get you a grilling apron that has Starship heat shield tiles. You can do that. As Sophie from SLS, so they'll take your pick. I can get you a Blue Origin one. I can get you patches and pins. I can get you etched mugs. I can get you glasses and tumblers. I can get you everything. I can't get you a tie right now. That's going to take some work. There goes the helicopter taking off.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Another thing to check in with on occasion are special flights coming and going from the area. So, Ryan, if there's any special flights you see popping up on the flight trackers, let me know. I know the helicopter, it's kind of a special flight, but it's not really what we're looking at.
Yeah, special enough.
We're talking about like imaging aircraft or special flyovers from, the NASA administrator who's just going to hop in his jet and do a flyby real quick. If you see anything like that happening, let me know. It's a T-minus 2.5 hours. Maybe we're getting a little close to launch for that. But to chime in if anything appears on the radar.
Absolutely. Not seeing anything at the moment, but of course we have got a couple of hours left to go. So fingers crossed we get another flyover, but let's see.
All right. So the other thing we promised to do here is go through some of the messages and questions that come into the stream. And Ryan, I don't know if you've pulled any questions or not yet, but we can hop through a couple real quick if y'all want me to speed run some.
Go for it.
Sure. Let's speed run some. Let's kick one to Alex to get started here. Everybody loved the video and images that came off the satellites as they were exiting Starship last time. Has SpaceX given us any indication that we should expect similar or better views this time, Alex?
Hopefully better views, or at least more views. We only saw that single clip from one of the satellites exiting the ship.
Yep.
And unfortunately, we didn't get any of the other stuff. I'm wondering if maybe they had troubles with getting some of the signal. They already said during that stream that it was going to be a delayed signal, that it was not sent live to them. It was with a bit of a lag, if you will, with a few minutes there of delay. So yeah, there are 6 now this time around instead of 2, and there are actual Starlink V3 satellites for this payload. So to backtrack here a little bit, there are 20 Starlink V3 satellites on this stack, on Starship, on Ship 40, basically, on this flight. And 6 of those 20 are fitted with cameras that'll do very basically the same that we saw on Flight 12. Hopefully this time maybe for a little bit longer, right? And then being able to see all of the different parts of the heat shield. They have painted a few tiles white. It's not special tiles. It's basically the same kind of tile that there is in the rest of the ship. It's just that they painted those white to simulate as if there was something missing there, right? When a heat shield tile falls off or something like that, it usually leaves behind like a wool white felt that's sort of behind the tile. And so
Right.
when you have a missing tile, it sort of looks like a white space there in between the sea of other black tiles. So if you paint one of those white, it simulates as if one of them was missing for the imaging capabilities of those satellites. So that's what they want to develop, being able to see where there might be missing tiles on future ships.
Gotcha. What color are they going to paint this booster stand that's rolling out from the launch pad?
Yeah. If they're going to be doing pretty much probably the same thing as we saw on the last flight, where once the pad is clear, they're going to use the booster and ship stands to be able to basically block the road with those. So probably going to go all the way out there to the roadblock and then vacate, basically get everybody out there from the blast danger area. It's usual standard procedure that we've seen for the previous flight, basically. So yeah, just more of the same. That's the same booster stand that Booster 20 was sitting on basically yesterday morning, I think it was, or maybe the previous night. I don't remember now. It was a long while ago in SpaceX terms.
2
But it
days
came
ago
here
was a
with that.
long while ago. Nice.
Exactly. Yeah, in SpaceX terms, that's a while ago because they stacked this only yesterday night, and so yeah. But of course, as I was saying, hopefully we don't see any booster on that transport stand for a little while, at least until Flight 14.
Good deal. So that's what's happening in the box there, folks. That's the transport stand. If you're new to Starship, you might be. It's a big day. A lot of new people show up. That's actually the transport stand. They put the booster on it, and they roll it out on those SPMTs. They don't look like tanks. The wheeled transporter underneath it. They roll it all the way up Highway 4. It's like, what? It's 1.7 miles or just over 1.5 miles, if I remember correctly, how far they roll that up the road. But during launch, there's no reason to keep that at the pad. Complicated. It looks like it took time to build. We actually know that it took time to build. We watched them build it. But they're going to roll that thing away from the launch pad, and we'll see it where it ends up. I will tell you, I know one place I hope it doesn't end up, and that's right in front of our cameras. It's happened before, where they park that thing on the road, and it blocks our camera view from one of our camera positions of the launch mount. So I'm hoping that that's not what happens. SpaceX, if you're watching, look at the camera, turn around and look at the rocket.
Oh,
Maybe just move it a little bit more, a little bit less. Just look out. Hey, what's that one, Alex?
there's the other one. That's the ship one.
That's the ship transport stand coming after it.
Yep, a little bit
That's his
stubbier
worst
than the other
nightmare.
one.
It's just got worse.
Well, the ship stand, sure, actually, like it looks like it would
Yeah.
block it less, but it's now we have double the risk of them parking something in the camera view. It's all good.
Hey,
We
can
have
I
lots of
point out
camera
one
views.
thing in this view, by the way? You're seeing the concrete forms on the left. They powered that concrete yesterday while we were seeing the ship roll out to the pad. So good luck. Just saying.
It's a new experimental method of curing concrete. It's like pour one day, let rest for 12 hours, and then hit it with 33 Raptors, and it cures faster. That's not a real. I'm
Hey,
not a concrete person. It's not a real thing.
It's gonna shake the concrete, free all of the bubbles, or
bubbles?
whatever things exactly that
it
it
still
may
needs
have.
to be wet. if you're going to do that. That on like the epoxy channel, where they make the epoxy tables and they pour it in and then they vibrate it to get the little bubbles out. I think it's too late for that concrete to vibrate the bubbles out. Vibrate it will, though. The other interesting part about that, Alex, is that wall is new, and our trailer, which this view that you're seeing right now is coming from our broadcast. It's not a trailer where you like put people in it and you have air conditioning and you park it like 5 miles away or something like that. It's like a danger close, unattended, uncrewed, robotically controlled trailer that's parked 700 feet away from the launch mount. And last flight 12, the trailer took some significant damage. Folded one of our solar panels in half like a taco. It was a lot of power coming from the rocket.
I think at the end of the launch stream we had the reaction, right, to the assets being
coming
inspected.
back up to it. Yeah, was that members content? I think we had some members content, and we showed.
Apart from that, yes, we also
the
did.
bent solar panel. But because of y'all's support, we have been working on a replacement trailer. So this may be the last hurrah for. There was Danger Van. That got hit by concrete moving 500 miles per hour and absolutely obliterated. Then there's Danger Trailer, which has made it through 11 launches, I think, 10 or 11 launches. This might be the last hurrah of Danger Trailer 1.0, but that wall is now going to hopefully protect Danger Trailer a little bit. I don't know. Hopefully before we get to Flight 14, we have Danger Trailer 2.0. We moved to an aluminum trailer because the steel trailers just rust all the heck out there. We are working on that at one of our contributors' house right now. And we're able to do that because y'all support.
Is it also lighter weight because it's aluminum instead of steel?
It is lighter weight, but we actually have a big water tank on it, and we're contemplating whether or not we want to fill that water tank with water so that when we're transporting it long distances, it could be lighter. But then when we're going to deploy it, we fill up that water tank with water to give it ballast so that it's heavier. We don't know if we're going to do that or not, but it's an option that's on the table. It's actually
engineering.
It's a iterative development. It's SpaceX
Exactly.
does it. NASA spaceflight. We do
It's
it here
the
at
SpaceX
NSF.
way.
Yeah.
But yeah, and also that's I was mentioning this in the stakeout because I saw a few comments saying, "Oh, why would you leave it there?" And it's like, well, that's a place that SpaceX let other media, not just us, but it's open to the media that request that we are able to put that there, and we accept the risk. It's high reward, high risk. And that's the sort of thing you get awesome shots of the launch, and even pre-launch, you get really close-ups of the rocket, and who doesn't want that, right?
That's absolutely the thing. When we put our equipment out, we know that it's at our own risk. SpaceX is ultra gracious in allowing us to put that trailer on SpaceX property, so we get these close-in views like this, right? This isn't just parked on the side of the road or something like this. This is placed with SpaceX permission and SpaceX support. But in return for that, we're not going to be like, oh, SpaceX, your rocket blew up our trailer. We're going to be like, heck yeah, SpaceX, the rocket blew up the trailer. It was awesome. And then we're going to build another trailer, and we're going to put it out there again. So big thanks to SpaceX for enabling the views here so that we can bring them to you as the clock continues to count down. T-minus 2 hours and 22 minutes and ticking away. Ryan, checking back in with you. Have you seen anything interesting in chat or anything interesting you need to report?
I haven't seen any planes coming in just yet. I'm just having another cheeky look over at my radar. No, I'm just seeing the helicopters at the moment, and well, I was going to say there's nothing coming in on the radar, but we're literally looking at the sky right now, and we can see a massive, beautiful hole of blue sky in that camera view. So I think that comment was pretty redundant. So I am keeping an eye out, but not seeing anything just yet.
All right. Well, let me hop back into some more questions here. And I queued a couple. Apparently, we're going to have to chat with the shop team because Chris Gavorsic, I'm going to go with, says, yes, NSF ties with an exclamation point. We've got Marks Elfindel. It is bright out. I hope I read your name correctly there, Marks. Says, NSF, as a three-piece suit wearer, I would absolutely buy a TPS pocket wear. TPS, it's just like a little silk kerchief sort of thing, isn't it? TPS, okay, we'll jot that down. for TPS pocket squares. A grilling apron over your three-piece suit. I feel like that would really tie the three-piece suit together. Ethan Cool, or let's go with Cool, says, I need more ties for concerts. There's a lot of tie-related concepts here. But here is a question. And this, I might need the producer to whisper this one in my ear. NASA Spaceflight, Zynonox? Yeah. Says, are you guys going to cover the Falcon 9 during this stream? Did that? Okay, I didn't know if you answered the audience directly. I have our producer Kevin Michael Reed in my ears, and I did not know if y'all could hear them. But yes, we do plan to bring up a side view of the Falcon 9 launch here during this stream. I guess I could display that question on the screen, shouldn't I? Do plan to do that, Alex? How far until that launch?
That one should be in about 7 minutes and 45 seconds from now.
7 minutes and 45 seconds. So we will cut over and see if we can bring that in live. What a world. It used to be like, every other month there might be a rocket launch. And now it's like, I don't know, rocket launch? Why not? There's a rocket launch happening here. There's a rocket launch happening at Vandenberg. We appreciate you, SpaceX.
Yep.
Had another question. Anthony McQuaid. Oh, it's the halftime show from the West Coast. That would be the Falcon 9 that you're referring to as the halftime show there. Nice. We will see what we can do, Anthony. Appreciate you. And then here's a real question we can talk about really quickly. Model AV Geek says you should add an overhead view of the tower with a drone. I do not want to answer the calls and emails that I would get from SpaceX. Maybe I'd knock on my door from SpaceX if we flew and the FAA, if we flew a drone over the launch pad. Not even just on launch day. There is a TFR, which is a temporary / permanent, like Disney permanent, flight restriction that's all around the launch area, right? So the only drones that operate in the area are drones that are operated by SpaceX. And that means that Joe Public, regardless of how good a drone pilot you are, can't come over to the side of the launch pad and launch a drone. Even as media, we couldn't launch a drone and put it over the launch pad or close to the rocket or anything like that inside of that TFR. Ryan, off the top of your head, do you have details on the TFR? Like, it covers the launch pad, it covers the factory area, it goes all the way out to Massey's, doesn't it? I may have lost Ryan there.
My apologies, but we technically have two TFRs. One covers the launch site, the other covers Matt. They kind of connect. Well, they overlap. They don't connect. But they are two separate flight restrictions. But yeah, and they even install additional ones, for example, when they're going to do energetic testing, shall we say, at Massey's, when they're going to load liquid oxygen and liquid methane onto a Starship for a static fire test. They'll put another restriction overhead to make sure that everybody is out of the way. I'm sure we all remember Ship 36 wasn't great, so they want to make sure as many people are out of the region as possible.
Yeah, right now, for example,
right? Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, one of the things, for example, right now is that the TFR, the temporary flight restriction over the pad, now goes until unlimited. So if you want to go to Pluto and back, that might be the way, because it covers from surface to unlimited. So maybe like Proxima Centauri,
like the edge of the universe.
How unlimited can you go?
A drone.
Exactly, right? It says unlimited, so it's like, well, yeah, you probably can go to the Andromeda Galaxy and back, and you're still violating the TFR.
There's a high probability that a Starlink is going to violate the TFR then, huh?
Exactly. Yeah, the other TFRs are a little bit lower. Let me check it out here. I have the map over here. I think it's only to 5,000 feet, the other ones. But yeah, and then they raised them for tests, as you were mentioning before.
Gotcha. All right. Let me do this. Let me run through some thanks really quickly. Actually, Alex, did we pass a milestone for Starship fueling or something there that I missed? I saw we showed the graphic on the screen, but I could not see what the graphic said.
Yeah, on the top left view there, you might see some venting. It looks like they're starting to chill down the methane side of things, especially the propellant lines there as well. You might see in the big box there a Falcon 9 that is very frosty, very cryogenically, I guess, loaded there as well with propellants. Definitely not the rocket that we are streaming today, but we'll also keep an eye on that. should be now on Stromback retrack. They're out on the west coast in California. Rather, quite a clear day out there. It's not Vanding fog today. It is Vanding clear.
It's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, I don't want to be mainstream media here because somebody's going to clip this because it says SpaceX is launching Starship Flight 13, and that is not Starship Flight 13 on the screen right now. Just to be clear, we know that's not Starship Flight 13. That is the Falcon 9 going out of. I don't know if we can make the banner go away or something because somebody's going to take a screenshot of that. We're aware. We know that that's not. We just want to show you the liftoff from. Yes,
Probably
thank you.
need to go back to the 5 box then.
No, we're good. We're good. See, the banner slid away. Alex, tell us a little bit about this mission, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so this is the Tranche. Oh my God, it's got a really long name. It is the Tranche 1 Transport Layer E mission. This is part of the space development, the Space Development Agency's proliferated warfighter space architecture. It's a mouthful of a constellation, basically just to give communications out there in the field for the military and things like that. Sort of like Starlink, but it's actually not Starlink because this is actually by this in particular, I believe it is York Space Systems. There's other providers as well, like Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin as well, that they are building their own communications satellites for the Space Development Agency. This is sort of like a sub-department of the United States Space Force. But yeah, it's just part of that. It's the third of this Tranche 1 constellation. It's a long explanation to explain all of this in detail. But yeah, it's a military mission launching communication satellites into low Earth orbit, and we are 2 minutes now out from that launch.
I find it hard to believe that's Vandenberg. That doesn't look like Vandenberg to me. You can see the rocket.
Yeah.
You can see the sky.
So
There's
people are
blue
calling
in the
this.
sky.
So people are calling this Starship in Ozempic.
What?
It really is a little bit there. Yeah, it's 3.66 meters wide. The other one is 9 meters wide. Oh, thanks. We changed now that. Thank you, Kevin, or whoever
Vandenberg.
produced that.
There you go. Vandenberg heard us talking about the fact that we could see the rocket, and suddenly we got a big plume right in front of the rocket. Alex, that's one of the weird fact. I don't know if you want to call it that. There is a tube inside of Starship that is almost the size of Falcon 9.
Yeah,
True?
you see that first stage there of the Falcon 9, that's basically like the transfer tube on the booster that carries the fuel from the main tank down to the engines. Should be now coming up on startup.
And there
Falcon
is
9 is in startup.
And there it
There
is.
it goes.
Falcon 9 is now in startup. At this point, the autonomous flight computers have taken over the launch countdown, and stages 1 and 2 are pressurizing for launch. And we're just waiting on the final go, no-go from the launch director.
This is the MD. MD is go for launch.
And
go.
the MD has given the final go for today's mission. So let's sit back and watch as Falcon 9 takes the SDA Tranche 1 Launch 3 payload to space.
And
T minus 3 seconds.
SpaceX commentator didn't say that, but that was MD mission director. So good luck to SpaceX, and let's watch this.
T minus 15 seconds. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff of Falcon 9. Go SpaceX, go SDA. Vehicle is pitching downrange.
And 1D chamber pressure nominal.
At T plus 30 seconds and counting, Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Slick 4 East at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. We're now throttling down the engines to prepare for max Q, which is the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure
Power and telemetry nominal.
during ascent, and good call out there for nominal telemetry. Now, max Q occurs when the combination of speed and air pressure puts the greatest stress on the vehicle.
Vehicle supersonic.
There's that call out that the vehicle is now supersonic, going faster than the speed of sound. We should be hearing that call out for max Q in just a few moments from now.
Max Q.
And
Awesome
there's
views
that
of
call out for
California.
Max Q. Now, coming up next, we'll have a few events happening in quick succession, starting with MECO, followed by stage separation, and then SES-1. Main engine cutoff, or MECO, is where all 9 Merlin 1D engines shut down on the booster to slow the vehicle down in preparation for stage separation, which is where the first and second stages separate.
Yeah, so SpaceX engineer Zachary Lupin was saying there, looks like they are approaching now MECO in just a few seconds. And we should be seeing now on the left-hand side that venting from the MVAC engine chill as Falcon 9 heads into space. Should be coming up in just 20 seconds for MECO. Meanwhile, of course, we're keeping an eye on all Starship activity. Don't forget, there's the big boy there on the pad getting ready for flight. And looks like that's main engine cut off. And stage separation. There it goes.
Alex, I haven't been able to keep up with chat. Was everybody on the same page that the skinny SpaceX rocket was not Starship Flight 13?
Yeah, this is Falcon 9, the SDA Tranche 1 Tracking Layer E mission out from Vandenberg. It's sort of the appetizer for the big launch later today. In just a little bit over 2 hours. It's the opening of the window. You can see beautiful views from the booster, of course, since it's a military mission. They don't cover the second stage flight. I don't know why, because in this particular flight, they have actually shown the satellites already before the launch happened. But look, it's their rules. I don't make the rules. It's their own thing.
And with this launch, we're going to stay on this one until we get the Falcon 9 back down again, right, Alex?
Yeah, they're going to be covering the booster. It should be coming up on entry burn in about 2 minutes from now. And then after that, another 2 minutes to the landing burn. And hopefully less than 8 minutes after launch. That should be when, actually 8.5 minutes or so into the launch, it should be on the barge. I was still getting the Starship timeline in my brain, because Starship it's a little bit faster to landing, but yeah.
Good deal. And after that, whenever we get the Falcon 9 that's on the right side of your screen, we will have a special guest commentator on for us just a bit there. You may recognize his name. He's actually got laws about predicting rocket schedules and successes. But we will have Mr. Eric Berger on with us as soon as we get this Falcon 9 back down on the ground here. But again, if you're just joining us on the left-hand side, that is Starship Flight 13. It's still on the ground down there in Brownsville, Starbase, Texas. We are counting down, and we're just over 2 hours away from that launch. But you can watch a Falcon 9 from the West Coast as a treat here on the broadcast, because SpaceX doesn't just have one scheduled launch today.
Ooh,
they just
Tower
launched
vent.
that Falcon 9 as well. Tower vent, that's on the left rocket, right?
Yes, that's
Oh,
on the
shiny
Starship
rocket.
side of things. That's nice. That means we might be in chill down, preparing for propellant load way later down the line. Don't worry, it's still a little bit away, but it is a good sign that they're getting ready for that.
Good deal. So, again, over on the right-hand side is the Falcon 9 booster that is plummeting. Plummeting sort of
I guess you can call it,
implies
yeah.
that it's not in control. Hurtling? What's a good verb there?
Coming back down to Earth. How about that?
Not a very exciting verb. What a better verb than
Returning to
that.
Earth.
Returning to Earth.
I mean,
okay.
you could say, I don't know, re-entry after it did liftoff.
Alex, everyone, our writer, giving you only the best interesting commentary here. Some colorful floral words. And on the left-hand side, we're still standing by for that Starship launch. Here on the channel, we're NASA Spaceflight, NASAspaceflight.com, NSF. We're an independent media organization, but we are not officially NASA. We're not unofficially NASA, honestly. We are an independent media organization. We have NASA in the name, NASA Spaceflight, with permission from NASA, but you can tell we're not reading a script. We're not hitting the talking points or anything like that. We are space nerds that reach critical mass, and here today we are coming together to share multiple rocket launches, cool discussion, and all sorts of stuff with you. We're almost back down to that. Oh, Alex?
Yeah, that's the entry burn. That's B10. Actually, not 10. It's B11. 03 on its fourth flight. Man. I still remember the first time they flew a booster for a fourth time. That was a long time ago. But as you can see, good entry burn there. And now look at the G meter on the bottom right of the screen. It's gonna pick up. You might say, well, but there's no engines running. That's because of the atmospheric drag. And that's a similar thing that we'll see hopefully in a little bit over, not over, actually about 3 hours from now. If Starship launches on time, we should see that ship also picking up the Gs during re-entry.
That's up to
there'd be no
5.7 Gs there, Alex?
Yeah, that's a lot of Gs. The ship actually re-enters much smoother because it's got a lot of lift compared to this booster on Falcon 9. Although I would say probably the super heavy booster actually gets more Gs on the way down. Boosters tend to have a way worse way of re-entering in terms of G forces. They don't see as much heat as the second stages, but definitely more Gs. That landing burn should be coming up soon, around 3 kilometers in altitude. Single engine burn, and then on the deck of course, I Still Love You, the OG drone ship.
Am I looking at waves
Not
or
so
clouds
OG,
there?
OG.
I see
There
some
are no
ripple
clouds.
effect. That's waves on the Pacific.
Yeah, that's waves. That's the ocean. Yeah, there we go. Landing burn.
You see the grid fins activating there. Of course, up high, there's not enough atmosphere for those grid fins to actually create much of an effect. But as we get into the deeper, denser atmosphere, down close to the water, the rapidly approaching water, you can see those grid fins working to guide the rocket. It's the rocket boost. Oh, there's the shadow even.
Wow.
What a beautiful day out there in the Pacific to catch a
And
rocket. Land a rocket. All right. And there we have that Tranche 1 TLE on the drone ship. Well, the satellites aren't on the drone ship. The satellites are on their way to orbit. That's the first stage of the rocket, coming back to do it again, take some other mission to orbit in the future. But that should bring our coverage of that Falcon 9 to a close. And we will get back to Starship and check in with Eric Berger. Let's see if we've got Eric on comms now. Eric, do we have you on?
Good afternoon.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, man. What a beautiful shot from Starbase down there.
Absolutely. Folks, if you've been anywhere on the internet or you read articles about spaceflight-related topics, you may know Eric's name. Eric, give us a quick rundown of the different types of things that you do with spaceflight here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a space journalist. I've been writing about space for a couple of decades now. I cover space for Ars Technica, an online news publication on science and technology. And I've had the privilege to write a couple of books about SpaceX, Liftoff about the origin of the company, and then Reentry about the Falcon 9 rocket we just saw landing. It's interesting to watch a launch and landing now. We all take it for granted.
Yeah.
But you know, as recently as a decade ago, that was pretty much magic what we just saw happen.
Absolutely. You had a couple different books. You said that you have the Ignition and Reentry. Is there another one in the line?
I'm working on a book right now that's going to be pretty exciting, but I can't really talk about it. So
you can't really talk about it.
Not
Is it in
going
the
to.
theme? Is it like the same theme, or is it like a totally different change of gears?
It's not specifically SpaceX, although certainly they're part of it. Yeah.
Gotcha. I will stop asking you questions because you said you couldn't talk about it, and then I asked you like 3 questions about it. I apologize.
That's all right.
All right. So, folks, over the course of hanging out with Eric here, if you have questions, put them in chat. Tag us. Tag our handle at NASA Spaceflight. Ryan will be fielding some of those questions if you've got questions for Eric Berger. But let's talk through this, Eric. We're on the 13th flight of Starship. We're not quite going orbital. It's like orbital inspired. They could go orbital if they want, I think is the way that people like to believe it, right? But where do you think Starship is at in its lifetime?
I think we're behind schedule. When this began 3 years ago, April, I didn't think they'd be 13 test flights and not reaching orbit. So
Right.
in that sense, it's moved a little bit slower. But I do think they're very close, right? If this flight goes well, I suspect they're going to go orbital the next flight. And I think what we're all waiting for is for a successful or nominal orbital mission, and then that would allow them to hit an inflection point, because clearly on the ground side of things, they're making exceptional progress with building ships and boosters. If you've been in the factory in Starbase, it's an incredibly impressive facility. And so they have the capability to really amp up production quickly. They've just got to get to a stable vehicle configuration. And so I think, what we're kind of waiting to see, and hopefully we'll see it during the second half of this year, is that they'll hit a point where they can start popping these off every month and every couple of weeks and really start to get confidence in the system, because then you get into a whole next phase of tests, I think. And the first one, or the first two being, I think you really want to get good data on heat shield performance coming back from orbit.
Yep.
I think that's probably the biggest outstanding question in my mind on this vehicle is how reusable is it going to be, really? Specifically the upper stage. I think we all have pretty good confidence in the first stage, but the upper stage is still going to be a challenge. And then obviously we've got to figure out how propellant transfer and storage works in orbit, and that's another big question mark.
That is a big part of the whole sort of let's say architecture here, getting a Starship into orbit, but then not just going in a single shot, but refueling it, putting more fuel into it so that Starship you put into orbit can go further on its way. And that's something that has been, is it fair to say lightly demonstrated on orbit right now? How do you feel about that?
I would say at this kinds of volumes and transfer rates, it hasn't been really demonstrated at all. I think theoretically it should work, and we have a good understanding of how it will work, but there is the challenge, obviously, of actually performing the transfer. And then I don't think we have great data on how boil off is going to work, and how much propellant you're going to lose, both in the transfer process and the storage process. Obviously, these ships will be in the sun sometimes and get pretty warm, and so you've got to worry about losing your cold propellant. So lots of questions, and these are the things that really, SpaceX likes to fly, learn, and fly again, and you're just going to have to fly some of these missions, and it's going to be a learning process. And that's why getting to a high Starship launch cadence is so important, because you've got all these other things you want to do and test and try. But if you're popping off one Starship a month, you're just not going to have the launch cadence to do much of any of that.
Yeah, that's really what they've sort of leveraged with Falcon 9. All of the flight experience they have with Falcon 9, it's not necessarily that they were even flying customer payloads. They fly Starlink payloads, but they got so much deep experience operating Falcon 9. We just cut to one for 8 minutes just to show you a Falcon 9 real quick, because it happens like clockwork now. And they're going to need to get Starship to that same sort of level if they want to do some of the things that SpaceX has said that they want to accomplish with this system. So I wonder, I see a lot of comments. I read a lot of comments on the internet. And some people wonder if this
You're
sort
a brave man.
It's part of my job. If this apparent progress is truly faster than the, let's say, legacy old space process, right? The old way of doing things was simulate it forever and subscale test stuff forever, and then launch one rocket and it has to work the first time. And that took forever to do, right? That's how you get an Artemis mission, sending a mission all the way around the moon. SpaceX doesn't do it that way. SpaceX gets all these incremental bits of flight data. In your opinion, is it truly faster to sort of lean into that law of apparent progress? Like, look at all these flights we're doing, but we're constantly changing things, versus we're going to simulate and design and then do something once we're happy with it. Which way do you lean? Which way do you sort of break when it comes to that development process?
Oh, I don't think there's any question that iterative design is faster and ultimately more efficient, and you get a much better product. If you think about it, like if SpaceX had followed a traditional model to design Falcon 9, you have to wonder how long they would have flown version 1.0 of the Falcon 9 before they had kind of gone through the whole design process to do an upgrade. So I think this incremental upgrade process suits them well. And it would have been interesting to see a traditional company design a fully reusable Starship using traditional design. And just not sure how well that would work, because there were just so many unknowns as they're going into this process. What I don't think the broader space public, and certainly the broader public, appreciates is just how new and challenging this rocket is. And most of the people following the stream, I do certainly do, but it's what SpaceX is trying to do here really is like the second generation of spaceflight. Like it really is like a complete quantum leap in terms of access to space, cost of access to space, volume access to space, and frequency. It just, if they can pull this off, and I still think that's an if, it would be a remarkable achievement and really change our relationship with the heavens.
Makes good sense. They're sort of stepping into the space travel that science fiction writers imagined, right? When they're writing things, nobody's writing all sorts of science fiction about, disposable rockets, we just launch it once and that's the end. You see these rocket ships landing on their tail and these big, grand, complicated missions going out to the stars, and we haven't really operated that way ever until SpaceX has started working on Starship. Is that sort of a fair assessment?
That is, and that's why I think everyone got excited about. I mean, most of you are probably too young to remember this, and I am too, but like in the 1970s, when NASA would talk about the space shuttle, it was this huge futuristic program. It was a space plane. The orbiter was reusable. They were talking about flying humans. Like they were they were sending. They could talk about like putting airline seats in there, flying like 70 people into space at a time.
I've been on that ride at the visitor center, actually.
Yeah, right.
Sorry.
like for reals. And, talking about bringing down the cost to like $20 a pound to orbit. And of course, the ultimate cost was like $20,000 a pound.
Yeah.
So, we've seen this movie before with NASA almost 50 years ago now. And in some ways, the space shuttle program was a great success. I don't want to offend the NSF forum and founder, but I mean the shuttle did have some pretty fundamental flaws.
I think he'd agree with you.
It's not rapidly reusable. So no, with apologies to Chris. So, but they're trying to basically build the space shuttle, but even bigger and more consequentially, actually not just a vehicle to go to low Earth orbit, but to travel throughout the solar system. So it's a huge leap forward, and it's something that's never been done before.
Yeah. And I think that's where the big, is it rapidly reusable? How does the heat shield system, how does the TPS, does it really let you turn that same ship around? Same day, 2 days, 3 days, any of that would be fantastic. That, I think, is still what remains to be proven, because that's what the shuttle wanted to be. Right? Yeah. It wanted to be this reusable thing, and it's like, just roll it back into the hangar, and the graphic shows them putting a new thing in and launching it again. And in reality, it was maybe not as reusable as it was refurbishable. Will Starship end up the same way? That still remains to be proven, I think.
I mean, the good news here is, I think, is that the vast majority of the propulsion of this rocket is in the first stage.
Yep.
And we've already seen that launch and land and fly again. So, like, if that's 80% of the cost of a launch, and you're able to rapidly reuse that, then that's a huge win all of a sudden, because I think that they could produce lots of Starships. But yeah, I mean, ultimately you're going to want to get to reusing Starships. And I think one of the reasons is cost, but the other reason is just reliability. We are now in an era, I think, where you don't want to be on the first launch of a rocket. You'd rather kind of be on the fourth launch we just saw, like second or third through 10th launch is maybe like the safest part of the curve, probably. So there's lots of reasons you want to get to full reuse of Starship, but even if you don't, I think in the next 5 years you could still see a lot of movement in this program if they can just nail booster reuse.
Yep, absolutely. Now, when I introed you, I promised that people could tag us with some questions. Dare you take a couple live questions from the audience?
Would love it, yeah.
Alex or Ryan, y'all have been monitoring chat for questions. Does one of y'all have a question queued up for Eric?
Well, I have a couple Artemis-related questions in chat. It is, of course, a big topic of discussion that many different people have a opinion in. But we have a question here from WG Mojo. They are asking, what are your thoughts on the readiness of the Blue Origin and SpaceX human landing systems. Of course, we have Artemis 3 next year, testing them in LEO, and then fingers crossed Artemis 4 the year after that.
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? Been spending a lot of time thinking about that and talking to people. What I can say about Artemis 3 is that mission I don't think will launch until Blue Origin lander is ready, and that's really, I think, the longer pole at this point, because they're going to have life support on that vehicle. It's going to have some, it's going to be a further along technology demonstration than what Starship is going to be, because the astronauts are going to dock with the Blue Moon lander, go inside it, fly it around. So that I think is the long pole for Artemis 3, and we'll see how ready they are with that vehicle. I would not entirely rule out a launch second half of 2027, which they're aiming at, but probably not. We'll see. The Starship is pretty straightforward. They're going to dock with just a Starship and put on an adapter, and I think that won't be too difficult. I mean, it's difficult, right? But it's not quite as involved, I think, as the Blue Moon technology. The real question is Artemis 4. You need a lander that can go down to the moon and come back up. And before the Blue Moon or the New Glenn pad accident a couple of months ago, I would have said Blue Origin had a pretty good chance to actually conduct the Artemis 4 landing mission. Now I've sort of swung back to it's Starship, just because that losing that pad was such a big blow. And let's be real. I mean, SpaceX has a long way to go. They've got to get Starship flying reliably to orbit. They've got to do fuel transfer and storage in orbit. Then they've got to be able to do a landing demo on the surface of the moon. And I think people are sleeping on the difficulty of vertically landing Starship on the lunar surface and then taking off. We've never seen a vehicle with liquid-fueled engines and in these kinds of propellants taking off from the moon. This is not storables. This is methane. It locks methane from the surface of the moon, and that's going to be really difficult. So it's a long road. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman talks about landing in 2028. Would love to see it. I think landing anytime before 2030 for NASA with humans on the moon would be a huge win.
Yeah, and in fact, Eric, because what you just said about the Blue Origin lander and the readiness for Artemis 3, it just reminded me, we had Jared here, I think it was a month ago or so. We had a Flame Trend show, and he came on basically last minute thing, and we were asking him about, if for whatever reason Artemis 3, like say, Blue Origin is not ready, but Starship is, would you launch Artemis 3? And he said, no, we're going to wait on the Blue Origin lander because, it tests all of the different components that they're not going to be able to test otherwise. That SpaceX, they have experience with Crew Dragon, they have a lot of experience on crew systems in general with that program, and so Blue Origin needs that mission to get a bit more experience. So that was a nice throwback, I guess, because it reminded me of that interview. But I also have another question, or rather a topic to discuss, maybe if you want, about this, which is, again, about HLS and Artemis. One of the things that I'm wondering, why are we seeing all of these landers so late? Is it just because the HLS contract was delivered so late? Or do you think that the providers sort of dragged their feet a little bit and now they're like, oop, we need to catch up? What's your thoughts?
So I wouldn't say they're late. I would say that if you're awarding a lander contract in April of 2021 and not actually funding it till the end of the year because of lawsuits, then you're expecting delivery in 2024. That's pretty unrealistic, right? The Boeing will tell you, well, look, are the rockets ready, but where are the landers? But those contracts were let back in 2011, right? For a rocket that already had its engines, already had its boosters. The core stage was similar to the external tank in terms of diameter, so it's not like there was a lot of massively new components in the Space Launch System rocket. It still took 12 years to get to flight. So 5 years after the HLS contracts were let, 4 years for Blue Origin, are they late? Are they slow? I wouldn't say that. I would say that the Starship teething pains we've seen over the last couple of years have been part of the problem. And I would not say that SpaceX has been all in on HLS. I think that they have had other priorities. Clearly, they're very interested in launching Starlink satellites and getting Starship flying for Starlink and for orbital data centers now. But the reality is that a lot of the HLS testing they can't do until they have a functional orbital Starship. So like that path, they're still on it, and so moving as quickly as they can to get an orbital Starship helps HLS. So as for Blue Origin, I give them a lot of credit. They have changed their architecture a couple of times to try to be responsive to NASA's needs. Originally, they were going to do propellant transfer as well as part of the Blue Moon lander, and now they've switched to an interim solution that does not involve propellant transfer, but rather 4 launches of the New Glenn 9x4 rocket. And they may change again because NASA is talking to them about other solutions, because there is some concern that it's going to be quite a while before Blue Origin probably has capability to launch 4 New Glenn 9x4s within a couple of months of one another.
Yeah, that seems like a daunting sort of mission. Oh, sorry, it just got to right. I see. We talk about the Starship cadence and everything all the time, but also the other provider might take a while until they get to the cadence needed. I have a question about the Starship milestones well before any of the HLS. Like, what are your thoughts? Do you think we're gonna get a ship-to-ship transfer of propellant this year? Yes or no?
No, but boy, I tell you, NASA would really like to see one. I just, I'm skeptical because we're here in July, and the year is running out. Look, if this flight goes successful, they can get a couple more in the can. Maybe we'll see it this year, but they really have to start popping off Starships and having a reliable flight path.
Yeah, Ryan, you got anything?
Well, I have a question more on the kind of SpaceX business side of the equation. Of course, this is going to be their first Starship flight since they became a publicly traded company last month. And Starship flights, as it's a big rocket, they generate a lot of attention, quite naturally so. How do you think the priorities kind of sit for SpaceX right now? Do you think they're focusing on HLS for the Artemis program, or do you think that the Starmind AI, XAI, SpaceX AI, whatever they're called, how do you think that, can that side of the business kind of be taking over the scope of what SpaceX is focusing on, or do you think, Moon and Mars is still an important part of the equation?
Well, it would depend on who you ask within the company. But if you look at their paperwork, their S1 filing as part of the IPO process, clearly they see the vast majority of their value coming from orbital data centers and the Starmind constellation, as you meant, but basically providing data services from orbit. And the space piece of that, especially if you take out Starlink, is tiny, tiny, tiny. So from an investor standpoint, from a business standpoint, the space stuff is pretty insignificant in terms of their revenues. The good news, though, I think for NASA is that, again, to enable all of these things, from Starlink, direct to cell, to Starmind, the orbital data center constellation, to HLS, to everything else that you're putting on SpaceX's plate in the future, Starship has to work. So it underlies everything. If you don't have a reliable, super heavy lift vehicle that's rapidly reusable, then the business case for almost all of that goes out the window. So the path for SpaceX in the near term is very clear. You have to get Starship working, and again, that just underscores the importance of today's test and not having a significant anomaly.
Indeed. We spoke a bit about the Blue Origin and SpaceX, obviously the two big commercial rivals, but there is another rival, which is China. And recently, in the last few days, we saw the Long March 10B with its successful booster catch. And Aravel in chat is asking, how do you see China attempting to compete with Starship in the upcoming years? Do you think that they're going to be a big competitor, as government officials in the US are kind of hyping them up to be?
Well, certainly they're a huge competitor when it comes to the moon program. There's a very good chance that Chinese astronauts will land on the moon before NASA gets back there, and I think that's significant for geopolitical reasons. And there's certainly a very long-term serious competitor in national security space and so forth. But SpaceX has given the United States a big lead in LEO broadband communications with Starlink. And potentially with orbital data centers. As for Starship, I mean, look, we have seen with SpaceX, who quite frankly are the best rocket engineers in the galaxy, or at least in the solar system. And they have. It's been phenomenal for me to see. You look back at SpaceX from 2006 to 2020, and they were a resource-constrained company. The wallet has opened up. The purse strings have opened up since about 2021, and so they've been putting a lot of resources into Starship. And so these are like the smartest rocket scientists, the most motivated rocket scientists who have a lot of capital to deploy, attacking the Starship problem. And it's still been a difficult nut to crack, and they're still working on it. So, the Chinese landing this week, the booster landing, very impressive and interesting technique they used. It came about a decade after the first Falcon 9 landings. So I would say that the Chinese efforts to replicate Starship are probably 5 to 10 years away at least, and it's going to depend on the amount of resources China can deploy to it, because remember, they're having to put a lot of their effort into their own moon program, and they have a finite amount of resources that they can put towards space programs as well. And I don't think there's the private capital in China quite to the extent that there is in the United States to support the private company. So I think we're at least 5 to 10 years away from a Chinese Starship, if not longer.
One last question to round things up. Predictions for today. How do you think Flight 13 is going to go, given what we saw on the first version 3 flight in May?
I'm expecting largely a nominal flight. First stage, a great launch, hopefully no engines out, and a successful landing. And then the upper stage, really needs to perform as well, and make a pretty good landing in the ocean, in the Indian Ocean. I think if that is my expectation, and frankly, after the success of Flight 12, by and large, you really would hope to see that. If they start to see version 2 setbacks, where you start losing upper stages a couple of minutes into flight, I think that's a very, very significant setback.
Good deal. Eric, I think we've come up to the end of the time we have here with you. I want to say thank you so much for joining us. I think earlier I might have said that you wrote a book called Ignition. I had propellant on the brain, which is my problem. I was just trying to will propellants into Starship, but instead I willed them into the title of your book. It's Liftoff and Reentry, the 2 books that you've written about the history of SpaceX, how they got where they are, where they're going, all that sort of stuff. So folks, if you're watching and you're a Starship fan and you want to get caught up on some great information on the history of SpaceX and where it's coming from, where it's going, Eric's books are absolutely fantastic. And every single day, I know you're on social media, Eric. You're also writing over at Ars Technica. There are lots of different places that folks can catch up with you, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, you can find me there. And I just wanted to thank you guys for providing the phenomenal coverage that I keep up with what's happening in Starbase, Texas through NASAspaceflight.com. You guys do a fantastic job.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day. Folks, make sure you find Eric online, check out his books and that sort of stuff. We will let you go, and we're going to go back over to the count for Starship. Appreciate you, Eric. All right. So the clock here is continuing to tick. We've gotten down to an hour and 38 minutes, it looks like, actually. I am going to hop over to Alex or Ryan. Alex or Ryan, anybody with current things to report? I see that the cloud machine at Starbase is a little bit more active, but it's not all coming from the tower right now, is it?
Yeah, they're still on the chill downs here. I'm looking at my status here on all of the different places, and yeah, they're still doing the chill downs, making sure that everything is on track for today's propellant load sequence. That propellant load sequence, you can see the clock up there. It should be in about 1 hour. There you go. 1 hour, 37 minutes, and 30 seconds to go for the liftoff, and about 1 hour now from the start of propellant load. That is, of course, if they go at the start of this window. Remember, the window for today's launch opens at 5:45 p.m. Central, and it runs for 90 minutes all the way to 7:15 p.m. Central. So still, if they had to work on things or whatever, like wait for upper level winds or downrange assets and things like that, that is the sort of thing that they will probably take, that they have those 90 minutes basically in order to be able to wait a little bit before they load propellant. And even once they load propellant, they still have another 15 minutes where they can hold at T-minus 40 seconds in the count to let some other things being prepared and whatnot. And we can see now on that view, if I'm not mistaken, that the roadblock at the LBJ Boulevard, I think, has been cleared now, which is a good step in the preparation and the lead up to that propellant load sequence.
Let's explain real quick the roadblock at LBJ. I know there's probably some new folks that have joined the stream who don't know what that means. They sort of walk the roadblocks away, further and further away from the rocket. The one you were talking about is sort of the last little turn, the last place where another road comes to Highway 4 from the village, actually, right? But they have sort of this first standoff area there. That's still pretty close to the rocket. And so when they clear that roadblock out, they actually push it back further away. And the roadblock we see now is further away than the LBJ roadblock was earlier until they pushed it back, right?
Yeah, so Highway 4 is the only way that you get to the beach and to the Starship launch site. And there are a few intersections where they set up those roadblocks. So the one that we see there right now on the big screen, that's the one with the intersection with Richardson Avenue, it's called. It's right next to our river lot out there. So we have our cameras out there on that roadblock. You can see still cars leaving the road. That roadblock will remain closed for everybody except SpaceX employees and law enforcement. Nobody else can go down the road from there. Now, the one that we saw cleared out there closer to launch, that is basically the one that they use to, because it's the last intersection on Highway 4. And so it is basically the last time that you can turn around, if you will. There's still a roundabout down the road that they've built in the last year or so, but still it's sort of like the last time that you can go elsewhere, right? And so they use that in their benefit to be able to go down the road, clear the beach, clear the pad, make sure that everything is clear of people in general. And once they are close to the launch, like they are right now, we are about 94 minutes away from that launch window to be open, then as you mentioned, it's too close to the rocket for people to stay there, so they sort of backtrack a little bit further back to the village, sort of around the location of the Starlink, not Starlink, excuse me, the Starship Star Factory, basically, where they have the offices. They have like a little bit of a viewing area for the employees. We've seen that a few times on several SpaceX videos. They have, I think, now a countdown clock as well out there.
I saw that.
So they have a full, amenities, location, and everything. Parties. It's quite a good place. But that's only for SpaceX employees, not for anybody else.
Yeah,
nobody
a bunch of
can
the
go
SpaceX
down there.
employees watch from the front of the office building there, the big black building with the SpaceX logo on it. That's the office building. It's sort of the front part of the Star Factory, I guess you could say. And there's a whole lawn area down there, like you said, where they installed that countdown clock. And that's, if you see a couple spots on social media, you see SpaceX employees posting their selfies and stuff from there, because they're like right there at that office building.
Right at the edge of the blast danger area, basically. It's.
I think last time did I see a one SpaceX employee was looking back at the building, and I think the glass windows on the building were like, whoop, whoop, whoop. I didn't see video of the glass actually moving, but somebody was keeping an eye on it, because it's an awful lot of glass facing the world's most powerful rocket. All right.
That's a lot of power.
It really is. Luckily, it's just far enough away, and I guess hopefully they took that into account when they installed, and it shows the materials for those windows. Okay, Ryan, how are we doing? Do we have any updates on weather? Have you seen any questions you want to hit? Anything on your mind right now?
Weather is still looking quite cooperative. As you can see there in the bottom right, we have some clouds appearing in the distance, but directly overhead the launch site looks like we've got some blue skies, which is very nice to see. I mean, this camera looking out towards the Gulf, I mean, that's this is the direction Starship will be flying, so this is what we want to see. Something I realized I forgot to mention earlier is that, of course, we're going to be tracking this launch from Starbase, so we want clear skies at Starbase, but it's also clear skies pretty much throughout the entire Gulf. So if you happen to be watching us in Cuba, or if you're on holiday in Cancun and you want to look up, well, maybe you'll see a Starship flying by in an hour and 38 minutes or so, maybe, because of course the sun is going to be setting, which means we might be getting a bit of a jellyfish effect as Starship flies east. So if you're in the area and you want to look up in 90 and a bit minutes time, then you might see a Starship flying by. Fingers crossed.
Shout out to our dedicated viewers in Cuba, apparently.
Yes.
If you're watching from Cuba right now, in the chat, tell us where you're watching from. It doesn't have to be Cuba. Watch now. Everybody's going to say Cuba. You're false. Yeah. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. But let us know where you're watching from right now. I do believe we have a video to share with you. I'm going to talk very slow. We have a video, don't we, Alex?
People might be wondering what's going to happen. What's the... Like, why a Flight 13? They already did a flight of version 3. Well, there's a few things, so let's play that video.
So what's Flight 13 all about exactly? Well, it's largely a repeat of Flight 12, further demonstrating the capabilities of the version 3 vehicles. A lot went well last time, but there are still a few things that need some refinement and attention. One of the biggest being hot staging. During Flight 12, the booster flipped the wrong way by about 90 degrees. SpaceX says this was caused by slight differences in the ship's engine startup timing. For Flight 13, they are introducing a brand new and more robust startup sequence that should make the booster flip much more consistently as desired. This wasn't a huge surprise. The off-nominal flip was pretty obvious, and SpaceX's own static fire video of Ship 40 already showed a much different engine startup order than we observed on Flight 12. Back then, the plan had been to light all 3 RVACs first, followed by sea-level engine 1, and then the remaining 2 engines. But now though, it looks like they're lighting 1 sea-level engine plus only 2 RVACs, both in the same area of the vehicle. This should create the required thrust imbalance to flip the booster in the right direction. Then, as the ship separates, the remaining 2 sea-level engines and the final RVAC will ignite. It sounds like a bit more work for the ship's GNC to account for, but nothing they can't handle. Surely. However, hot staging wasn't the only issue on Flight 12. The boost back burn also failed very early on. According to SpaceX, 5 of the 33 engines had problems relighting, which cut the burn short. Remember those flashes we saw during boost back? Those were Raptors failing to start. Now, SpaceX hasn't actually said if the problem was vehicle-related or just bad luck with those engines in particular. But they did say they've made vehicle-side hardware upgrades to improve relight reliability and updated the engine alarms and abort criteria to better handle the realities of a multi-engine flight environment. Over on the ship side, things hadn't gone perfectly on Flight 12 either. The ship lost an RVAC during ascent pretty early on and later had to abort its planned relight test of one of its sea-level engines subsequently. SpaceX says they've made necessary modifications for this flight, also mentioning additional reliability improvements coming to future versions of Raptor. The biggest changes on Flight 13 will be on the ship side. Last time, Ship 39 carried 20 simulators and 2 modified Starlink V2 mini satellites fitted with cameras and antennas to image the heat shield and send data back to the ground. This time though, SpaceX is carrying 20 real Starlink version 3 satellites for the first time. These will test solar panel deployment, ground communications, and laser links with the existing Starlink constellation. All of these satellites will follow the exact same suborbital trajectory as Ship and burn up on re-entry. Their lives will be short, but the data they collect should be very valuable for validating Starlink version 3 technology, which, mind you, can only fly on Starship. 6 of those 20 version 3 satellites are also carrying cameras to repeat the same thermal protection system scan from Flight 12. SpaceX continues to refine the heat shield and closely assess its performance after each flight. For this mission, the ship will once again carry painted tiles to simulate missing ones for imaging purposes. It's also flying several heat shield experiments, including tiles attached to the leeward side of the main body and the flaps. Something we have seen on previous flights plenty before. The aft skirt will also feature modified tiles and attachment methods to gather data on different designs. They're also flying load sensing tiles to measure dynamic pressures on ascent. This suggests Starship will not throttle down during the point of max Q as it did last time. You know, it wasn't that long ago that Elon had mentioned skipping the throttle down on max Q entirely to boost performance. So it's no surprise here to see that SpaceX is pushing through even harder. Interestingly though, even with the higher dynamic pressures involved, the max Q timing doesn't appear any different than on Flight 12. It might actually happen later in the flight once all said and done though. Whether that's more accurate timing this go around or just another discrepancy in published data, we'll find out soon enough.
Well, you heard that from me, I guess. Somebody in the production team might get a criticism or two after this launch stream. But hey, that was a nice video from Max. I wrote that video for Starship Update every Monday-ish. We try every Monday. This week it was a bit frantic, you know, lots of things going on. So it wasn't released on Tuesday. But hey, we try our best. And yeah, that was part actually of that Starship update that we released, and you know, we clipped that and we put it here because it's a very nice explanation of what might happen on today's flight. But yeah, it went out. Yeah, Kevin, I see your reaction now. Everybody heard that.
It's also some behind the scenes, a little pulling back the curtain. Now, if you were a member of the NASA Spaceflight YouTube channel here, you can actually get access to, see how I'm going to turn this into a membership plug? You can actually get access to behind the scenes content like that. We do a thing where when we're doing a show like this, we'll pipe some members multi-view over. Sometimes we have like the behind the scenes commentary, like you can listen to the team working and that sort of stuff. Of course, we're just trying to show you the sort of things that the members got there in the back channel as they were watching the members exclusive behind the scenes.
Hey,
How's
if that's the worst that can happen so far, I don't mind.
Well, I guarantee
Things
you
like-
it's not the worst that can happen, but so far.
Exactly. Things like servers dropping, connections breaking. No. Now going out, Mike. It's the least worries.
All right. Well, we are continuing to count down, folks. We're going to grab some support in just a minute here, but you can see the clouds in the background. The good news is that this camera angle that you see in the wide shot on the bottom, that's actually with the Gulf behind it, and it's looking inland towards the RGV, back over the South Texas ranch lands in that direction. Those clouds are forming inland. They are not forming over the Gulf. So when we cut to cameras that are looking out towards the Gulf, it is clear as a bell. I'm going to knock on wood, my head at least, right now, but it is clear as a bell out in the Gulf. I got a couple little puffy clouds down low, but those just let you know how fast the rocket is going. They're good for context in the background. A couple little wisps up high, but it is looking fantastic here over from South Padre Island. Again, we're over at the Margaritaville South Padre Island. I'm up on the roof of the hotel. Over here with Jerry Pike, who's helping me out with some of the cameras over here. I can see all the way 6-7 miles. The beach is beautiful and blue right now. Tons of people down at Isla Blanca Park. People with sunshades down on the beach, all sort of enjoying the beach day while they are also standing by, hopefully, for this launch. You know, some of them are going to like turn to the side and be like, "What just happened?" They didn't even know a launch was going to happen, and people are going to be
all
like,
of them out there. In fact.
Can you see them? You can. Can you see them down there behind my camera?
It's like little dots when we go
Nice.
full screen. There you go.
Right there.
You can see all of them.
It's beautiful out there. I saw a chat question. Somebody was like, "Das, why's your camera so dark? Like we can't see you. It's so dark. What's the wrong?" You don't want to see me anyways. You want to see the rocket in the background. The camera's exposed to show you the launch pad in the back. There's nothing I can do about this flapping tent, and there's not a snowball's chance I would be... Well, there's not a snowball's chance it'd be in the sun anyways. But there's no way that I would be on the roof here in the sun without the sunshade. But it is what it is. We're out here. We're going to have like a huge studio or a big production truck or anything like that, multi-million-dollar production. It's us. We're the NSF team at NASAspaceflight.com. We are space nerds that reach critical mass, and one of the reasons we're able to do that is because y'all keep showing up and hanging out with us. I know, we're always working some technical issues. We always try to do so many different things, and we're not working with a $10 bazillion budget or anything like that, right? But we appreciate y'all hanging out with us and sticking with us while we sort through everything, and we bring you all the... live views of Starship coming up here. Now, I believe, Ryan, we were going to talk through what's to come. What do you have for us?
Well, we are of course going to see a launch today, fingers crossed, and I've seen a few people in chat asking about the trajectory. Gravaguy was asking, can you explain the flight path again, please? Gravaguy, I will be... You be my guest? Yes, you be my guest as I walk you through the wonderful world of Ryan's graphics on stream. First of all, let's take a look at the air hazards for this launch. And as you can see there, Starbase over on that side launching towards the east. And you can see here, instead of going between Cuba and Florida, we're now going between Cuba and Mexico. Hence why I was talking about, if you're on holiday in Cancun right now, why you might want to look up about a few minutes after launch, because there's Cancun, and you can look up at kind of sunsetty-ish time, and maybe get a jellyfish, a methalox fish, if that complies, shall we say, the atmospheric conditions. This is the new Block 3 flight corridor we've seen on Flight 12 and Flight 13 compared to the previous flight corridor. You can see there the big difference in inclination, launching from Starbase still, the old one going between Cuba and Florida, the new one going between Cuba and Mexico. So similar, a couple of degrees offset there, but that's just a bit of a demonstration of the difference. And of course, if we zoom out, we can take a look at the whole trajectory and the events that are going to be taking place on today's flight and where they will happen. So as you can see, as we get over the Caribbean there and north of South America. That is when payload deploy is going to be starting. Those V3 Starlinks, fingers crossed, will be imaging the ship over the Atlantic Ocean. We're then going to get over South Africa, which is where the Raptor relight test is scheduled to take place. Fingers crossed that does indeed go ahead. And then as soon as we cross Madagascar into the Indian Ocean, that is when we're going to hit entry interface with Ship 40 and start plummeting back through Earth's atmosphere. And that little hook there is, of course, that simulation of the return to launch site catch, which we saw on the previous flight, and fingers crossed we get that again happening just I say just off the coast of Australia. Australia is quite big, so it's a few miles off the coast of Australia. We saw from that documentary that SpaceX released a few days ago. They actually based their operations out of Exmouth in Australia, which is just about there. So they've sailed all the way out to the recovery zone, fingers crossed to get some pretty buoy captures of Starship. And taking a look at the timeline itself, there are of course going to be many events heading uphill as we get towards the coast phase. Many of these events are very similar to where they were last flight. We can see Miko there 4 seconds earlier, hot staging 3 seconds earlier, so maybe a little bit of a faster ride uphill than the previous flight was scheduled for. Boost back and the re-entry of the booster is going to be a little bit different. You can see there the boost back shutdown is actually going to be 27 seconds earlier than it was scheduled for last flight. Of course, they never actually got that far on the previous flight, but SpaceX continuing to refine their flight timelines. We're expecting that landing burn to begin 7 seconds earlier than before, and we should have an explosion in the Gulf about 7 minutes after launch. Crossing over to the other side, we of course have SECO, Starship engine cutoff, where the ship is then going to head into its Starlink deployment sequence about a minute earlier than the deployment sequence last time. Then the in-space demo, and then we'll hit re-entry about 47 minutes after leaving South Texas. And then we'll of course dive through re-entry for the transonic and subsonic regimes about 1 hour and 3 minutes after leaving Texas. And then fingers crossed we see that full 3 Raptor engine landing burn with the ship, not just the 2 engines this time, for a beautiful splashdown in the Indian Ocean, 1 hour, 5 minutes and 21 seconds after leaving Starbase.
I love it. Not to scale there, right? Like the height.
Absolutely not.
It's exaggerated for clarity so that the audience can better understand the trajectory of the ship coming back in. Okay, well, the clock is continuing to tick. We've just gone under an hour and 20 minutes. I don't have any updates on anything pushing back. I do see all of the clouds there in the background, but let's go ahead and get Alex back over here. Alex, we have an update from you, I think.
Well, more than an update is just, taking a look at where we are right now. I am now sitting down, as you can see. But the rocket, in the meantime, it is getting all of the different chill downs and everything. This thing that I have above me, or even in my background, I guess, it's going to get about 5,000 tons of propellant. Very cold, very cryogenic propellants. And they have to go from the tank farm, from where all of those propellants are located on the ground and are stored, right? And it has to go all the way out to the pad, to here, to the launch mount, and up the tower as well for the ship. And so all of these preparations are continuing there on the tank farm, getting all of the chill downs in place. You can see, for example, there's you actually cannot see a lot because there's a lot of venting, but there's like a vertical tank that's venting in the middle there. That is part of the methane reclaim system, for example. The methane turns into a gas, and you cannot vent that. And what they do, instead of venting it off and say have a flare stack like we see, for example, from Blue Origin or ULA out there at the Cape, they instead reclaim that. They take that gaseous methane and turning it back into a liquid, and then return it back to the storage tanks, so as to not lose all of that out in the environment. And so that is part of some of the things that are ongoing right now, getting all of those lines conditioned, getting ready for that propellant load sequence. We should be in about 40 minutes from now, if everything is still going to plan, for the liftoff, hopefully at the top of the hour. Excuse me, not the top of the hour, top of the window. Way different thing. So if that happens at the top of the window, that should be at 5:45 p.m. Central Time, but they have 90 minutes to work on whatever they want to work on, whether it's a boat out there in the range. They have a pin that doesn't disengage on the quick disconnect arm. Remember all the things, right, from previous flights? That's the sort of thing that they have time.
Alec. Stop rolling them into existence. The pins are going to be fine.
I'm not.
The boats are going to be fine. The wind shear is going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine.
Everything is going to
believe.
be fine. But if they
Clear,
need some
happy
time,
thoughts.
they have 90 minutes. How about that?
There you go. All right. So since we are sort of ticking down towards the hour and 15 minutes, I have an awful lot of work to do up here on the roof. I still have, y'all can't see it off the edge, but one of our robotic tracking mounts that I need to finish commissioning and make sure that the team has that feed. We've got a couple different cameras that are running there, but I am going to need to step away for just a little bit. I am not very good at talking while I'm doing that sort of stuff. At least that's not the sort of talking y'all would want on the stream. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we have a name that you have heard on many of our streams before. Sawyer, talk to me. Do we have you on?
You have me. Thank you very much, DOS. It's great to see you out there in the field again, because that means it's time for another Starship flight.
Sawyer, I wish you were here. Instead of me, it's hot.
I wish I was there with you, but hey, at least you got the sun shirt on to stay cool while you're out there as best you can. So
I do. I would be cooking if it wasn't for the lightweight sun shirt here. That's the new thing. I was shaking my fist at the shop team. I was like, no, if you ship me a cotton shirt, I will not wear a cotton shirt. It's too hot. Please get me like a lightweight synthetic UPF 50, whatever the heck, sun shirt. And that's they delivered. It's got a hood that doesn't fit over my headset apparently, and everything. But Sawyer, you're going to be taking it in from here on out, aren't you?
absolutely. I've got you all the way until just before liftoff here.
Okay, well, I'm going to go work on the robotic camera mounts over here. I got to get my Xbox controller and stuff like that online. If I get everything set and it's all ticking fine, I will check back in with you. But folks, my name is John Galloway. I'm over here on the roof of the Margaritaville Resort, South Padre Island. Been chatting with you here. I'm going to go do some work, and I will leave you in the very capable hands of the rest of the team. Sawyer, take it away, dude.
Thank you very much. Glad to have you there, and glad we are continuing the countdown at this point, at least, with an hour and 15 minutes to go until the opening of today's launch window for Starship Flight 13. As mentioned, it's a 90-minute window, but once they start fueling and they commit to that, they have about 15 minutes of hold time if needed. Again, you know, they say 15. Obviously, things can change depending on how the rocket's doing, how the propellant boil-off is going, etc., etc. So let me see what we have missed while I have been off the stream since the end of the stakeout. Alex, can you kind of give us a quick update of where we are at this point?
Yeah, we had a visit from the helicopter out there in front of our highway lot on the highway. You can see now they're moving the booster transport stand, probably the ship transport stand, going behind it, and that's going to be probably their roadblock now out there at the LBJ intersection. Yeah, there you can see some counterweights and wheels there from the SPMT that is carrying the ship transport stand. Final clearances there as they continue to track. So far, still tracking, again, the opening of the window. No update from SpaceX on any delays or anything like that. So that is good. Things are proceeding according to what we've seen in previous flights, where they clear the pad, they clear the area, they start all of the chill downs and everything on the tank farm, and then when they are all ready to go, they go and load the rocket with propellant, and that'll be 5,000 metric tons, a little bit over 5,000 metric tons of propellant that they load on this vehicle. It's massive. I mean, 123 meters tall, 9 meters in diameter, more than 5,000 tons of weight. That's a lot of Starship.
That's a great way to put it. That is indeed a lot of Starship. So yes, we can see all the things moving around on the ground there, but what about things happening in the air? Ryan, you have an update for me?
I have good news for you, Sawyer. We were talking about earlier on in the stakeout stream how the WB-57, NASA's aerial imaging aircraft, was airborne, and then Alex ruined everyone's day and said this has nothing to do with Starship, it's for some NOAA experimentation thing. Well, I have good news, because it's airborne once again, and it's heading down the coast of Texas. We are tracking it right now. And
hey,
Alex, are you going to ruin everyone's day again
what
and
I
say
said,
this is to do with Starship, or is it to do with Starship this time?
What I said is that at the time, we were 6.5 minutes from the opening of the window. We're now 1 hour. There you go. That's a lot closer. The previous one that they did, they actually flew in sort of like a loop pattern around sort of like a certain area out there in the Gulf. And they tend to do that when you're trying to do that sort of. They're part of a experiment with NOAA. It's the Saber experiment. It's a program basically to look at aerosols in space, not space, in the air, and so, yeah, not in space, aerosols in space, probably not a thing, but in the air, that is a thing. And yeah, so they went out there. Maybe this time around, this second run might be to actually image Starship. It's been a while since it's actually imaged Starship. It only, I think it was for a few flights at the beginning, and it's been a while now. They've used other assets, let's say, right? But we'll see what happens. I do see, speaking, although it's not an aerosol, I guess, but I do see the tower vent has come back a little bit again. There's like a little puff there on the side of the tower. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, Ryan, what's that track going? How's that track going?
Well, it's left. It's left Houston and it's flying southwest. Of course, it is slightly southwest if you do geography, slightly southwest from Houston to get to Starbase. But it is kind of following the coast down here, the coast of the Gulf. It's approaching Corpus Christi, so it is getting closer to Starbase. I can tell you, I've got the telemetry open. It is currently at 50,000 feet, and airplanes usually, your average commercial plane is between 30 and 40,000 feet. So this thing is 20 to 10,000 feet higher in the sky than your average aircraft, which is why NASA uses these bad boys. These are old birds, but they do the job very well. And I doubt how things have been going over the last few flights that we'll ever get to see the imagery captured by this aircraft. But if SpaceX decides to share, then maybe one day we will. But I'm sure this thing is going to get some stunning imagery for the few people who have access to such proprietary information.
I mean, there, if they allow it, ways to get it. There is a Freedom of Information Act, but that's assuming that they don't restrict any of it. Of course, we don't want that. And we want this to fly so that we can at least request that footage too, That would be cool. As we now take a look up the full stack here, seeing those 3 grid fins now that we have on V3 of the booster, past the integrated hot stage ring, the improved flaps, and couple of those other experiments they have on there, the antennas that they're using for their Starlink communications, and then the arms, which will not be used for an actual catch today. A reminder, this is a booster offshore splashdown in the Gulf, and if all goes well, the ship will re-enter and have a soft hover, essentially, above the Indian Ocean before both of them, if all goes well, end in a giant explosion just above the water at their planned targets. So this is one of those explosions where it's okay to happen. We kind of want that. So nothing to worry about there. I do need to catch up on some amazing levels of support that we've had here because, as Das mentioned, we are NSF, NASA Spaceflight, and we are our own individual company here. We are a bunch of space geeks and nerds that love doing this. We are not NASA. So we are able to do what we do because of viewer support, including Spherical Rat with a $100 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, danger, parentheses, vehicle, lives, or brackets, I guess when we were talking about the trailer before. Space Pope with the $100 super chat saying, bless this test and the NSF crew. Space be with you. Space Pope, great to see you out. Chris Breaks with a $150 tip saying, let's buy a trailer. Thanks for the great coverage. I think we're going out there and buying more trailers. We'll have to nudge Das about that when he comes back. Space Pope again gifting 50 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. Jared ELG, coming in with a question as well as the 500 Norwegian kroner asking, how can they start all 33 Raptors for boost back burn, as was stated in the NSF video the other day, and as was kind of shown in the preview video there by Max? I believe the outer ring of Raptors do not have startup hardware on board. That sounds like an Alex question to me.
That was only on the previous version. So for the previous version, the outer 20 engines would get started by the ground systems. I think they still get started by the ground systems, but it's through the main quick disconnects, and they have manifolds that help distribute that. So instead of having dedicated quick disconnects, like connectors to the engines from the outside, directly injecting those startup gases. Now they do it through the main quick disconnects. But during flight, you may see that the chines, those aerodynamic chines, those triangle things on the side of the booster, of the metallic thing down below, those have gotten longer on one side of the vehicle. And that is one of the things that they have introduced for this flight. I'm hearing a lot of noises now, so it's getting a bit distracting. But the reason why they've increased is because now they carry more of these COPVs, composite overwrapped pressure vessels, basically a fancy aluminum or sometimes also steel bottles that are wrapped in composite, in carbon fiber basically. And those are very lightweight and they can hold a lot of high pressure gas, and they are very useful for those startup gases that are needed for the Raptor engines. And now because the outer 20 engines are also connected to the basically the distribution system for those Raptors, then all 33 can start up without needing any outside support, if you can call it like that, basically. And so that is the whole reason they can do that 33 engine boost back burn. We were asked before about the G loads and things like that. With 13 engines only, the maximum G load that you get, I think it's about 4 Gs or so at the start of the boost back burn. For the 33 engine boost back burn, if you have all 33 at full thrust, then that will be about 11 Gs in that case. So that is quite an increase of acceleration, and that means the booster comes back faster, and the faster it comes back, then it means it doesn't travel outwards as much. It's a much efficient boost back burn in that case, and that's why they do it that way.
That makes sense. And hopefully we get to see that all in action, and we get to see the beautiful flip and burn for the ship on its way towards the Indian Ocean, and of course the booster back burn for the way back, and of course that 13 engine landing burn, which hopefully we get lucky number 13 with the lucky 13 engine landing burn on the ship there. Also want to thank Patrick Bob for gifting 50 Red Team memberships. If you got one of those, definitely give him a thank you. And a reminder, you get some perks with that. That includes access to the members multi-view and the behind the scenes, which are currently live here on YouTube with that Red Team membership. In fact, with any level of membership. It's a fun little perk as a thank you from all of us for helping to support things here. Let's see. We are coming up on an hour and 4 minutes to go until the opening of this launch window. And so far, everything appears to be looking good.
Yeah. Can I say something? Maybe I will jinx this.
Oh no.
For the last flight, they did have a bit of a move in the timeline, if I'm not mistaken, and it used to be around this point in the countdown. So if we were to have any, it will come out around this time. And so far, I have not seen anything from SpaceX, so we'll see. But definitely in 13 minutes, that should be when the flight director will verify go for propellant load. And so we'll stand by to hear any updates from SpaceX on what is the sort of milestones and sort of, I don't know, status, if you will, of the sequencing here as we count down to launch here in just about 63 minutes, down to the second.
But who's counting? Except all of us here for this launch.
All of us. We're counting every single second.
Oh boy. I also missed this one from Photon Empress, aka Jamie. I have a question. Where did Ryan's hair go? If Flight 13 is a smashing success, is it because of his haircut? And if so, what does that mean for his hair on future flights? Hashtag superstition. Ryan?
Well, I'm not going any further, so we're not even going to start that discussion. Yeah, I mean, the previous flights both went really well and really bad with my previous haircut, so I'm just going to say it doesn't really have anything to do. I think the superstition has already been debunked before we even got to this point. I will say, though, that as soon as I had my haircut yesterday, the subsequent England match, they didn't do very well, so I'm not sure what there is to say about that. But,
Don't worry.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Wait,
We'll beat
before we move
Argentina
on
Sunday.
before we move on, Ryan, we should have talked about this before. We're in the same shirt.
Yeah,
it's almost
but
funny
it's
how
only
that
you
happens.
two.
Yeah, it's so embarrassing that we're wearing the same shirt that happens to be of the new Flight 13 patch that's available right now at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. In case you haven't seen it, our Flight 13 patch is now out as a patch, a pin, and of course, on all your other favorite merch like shirts and sweatshirts and those lightweight sun shirts that you saw DOS wearing out there just a short time ago. It is an amazing design. You can even go onto the website and see all of the explanations as to the different colors that were used, the different methods, and again, getting that lucky number 13 of that 13-engine landing burn, and even the frost lines on it for when it's coming back down, which hopefully we will see in about an hour and 10-ish minutes from now once it's in flight. So it's a really awesome design. It's a great thing to wear. It's available now, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Highly recommend checking it out. Hey, there you go. There's some of the stuff that we've got. The patches, the pins, and of course the NSF made merch too, which is stuff where we thought, you know what, the quality that we've seen elsewhere isn't as great, so why don't we just make it ourselves? I mean, we use these same machines anyway to make parts that are currently out at Starbase, attached to the cameras that are being used to film and stream and track this mission. So why not, right? Why not use that to make awesome stuff that we think looks better? So all that's shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Definitely go and check that out. Oh yeah, Etch Whiskey.
And shout out to the shop team, not only for the design, but also if it happens to you like me that your delivery company somehow gets in the way and doesn't deliver the thing on time, you also have a support email and things like that, so that might help you out. And so shout out to those, because it's actual real people handling that.
And also a shout out at this point now to the clock as we pass exactly 1 hour to go until the opening of today's launch window for Starship Flight 13. The countdown is on. The hype is real. Oh, I mean, the excitement. I don't know how you guys are feeling right now. Chat, how are you feeling? Ryan, Alex, how are you guys feeling now? Is it feeling real?
I mean, we always get within this point, right? We always get within the hour, and I don't, again, like Alex, I don't want to jinx anything, but we got to this point last time, and SpaceX was like, no, roll the clock a bit. But I mean, yeah, it's always, this is the point, the sub-hour mark is always when things get extra exciting, extra intense, the heart rate gets extra fast, and fingers crossed we get some word from SpaceX very shortly, because we should be coming up on that go for propellant load 50 minutes before launch.
Sawyer, I was nervous like about 5 hours ago when I shaved and I made myself a cut because I was with hands shaking. So yeah, I cut myself while shaving. So that's how nervous I am. I'm basically like a bag of nerves, just shaking myself.
That's all, huh? Just a little shake. Oh man. So we are getting exciting here. So I guess, Alex, of course, the eyes have been a lot on the tank farm. So what are we going to be looking for happening on the tank farm, and especially as we get closer to, if they give the go for propellant load, the actual prop itself?
Yeah, so one of the things that you might see, so of course, that right now there's a lot of venting. Maybe a lot of people are coming here new. If this is your first time, that is not smoke. There's nothing burning off or anything like that. That is just either, depending on where it's coming from, it's either gaseous oxygen or gaseous nitrogen, right? That you're seeing there being vented either from the tank farm, from the tower, or from the vehicle itself. And that's sort of the thing that should expect over time. It's going to get a lot more active as we count down here to the start of propellant load. You'll hear more noises from the tank farm. I know I'm hearing a bunch of those already piped through, at least to us. I don't know if anybody out there in chat are hearing them. But that's basically the thing that we are in here right now. Now, once we start seeing propellant load, it's going to look like a time lapse, but like in real time. It's going to be going fast. That thing just gets loaded in under 40 minutes, more than 5,000 metric tons. That's a lot of propellant that gets loaded, and so it's gonna be quite fast. It's gonna be quite interesting to see if they still go for the opening of the window. but so far so good. As I was saying, you might see some venting from the tower. That is normal. As we get down the clock through propellant load, near the end of the propellant load, they're also going to be doing purges of the bunker. You can see there's like a sort of trapezoidal, I don't know exactly what's the shape of the thing, but it's a big thing attached to the launch mount on the right hand side. You can see it there with a lot of vents and a bunch of big tall doors and connections to the booster. That thing is where they have all of the control systems for the launch mount itself, and where all of the pipes lead to before they actually go in and connect to the booster. And so all of that needs to be basically just purged prior to flight, and so they do all of these purges that we'll also see as well as we get closer to liftoff time. But man, still a long ways to go. Those 56 minutes and 10 seconds are going to feel like the longest of my life.
You say that. If you are out in the field for a launch, it is the complete opposite. When everything gets going, it flies by as the fastest time. I've never seen an hour go by so fast until you are out at a rocket launch in person, ready for it to go, especially once they really get into that fueling part. I think those final 37 minutes and 30 seconds are going to fly by once we get to that point. But getting to that point is now going to be where the nerves are starting to jump up, where things get exciting, where you wait for those posts from SpaceX to say, yes, we are going for it, or we are not going for it. So we haven't heard that yet. But the fact that the clock is still ticking is a very, very good sign for today's flight. Again, you can see that venting there coming from the tower in this view as well. And the chopstick arm up there at the top. We'll see if they end up doing anything during this flight, but a reminder for people who might just be joining, who got the 1 hour notification from next spaceflight, that this is going to be a non-catch on this one. They are not catching the booster or the ship on this particular flight. They will be doing the offshore splashdowns, the booster, if all goes well, in the Gulf, just off the coast from Starbase, and the ship in the Indian Ocean near, quote-unquote, Australia, because it's still quite a distance away from the mainland there. And as we mentioned before, the trajectory on this one is going to be a little more southern than usual. So a reminder for people out towards Cuba, out towards Mexico and Cancun and that area, and potentially even as it goes overhead, for different parts, when it does the engine light test, maybe over South Africa, might be worth going out and taking a look, because this should be quite a spectacular trajectory for this. Let's see here. Speaking of that, Fighting Falcon was wondering, during today's booster landing, will you be able to see it from Starbase? I would hope so. I mean, in the past, we've been able to see some of it on its way back, especially following that boost back burn once it separates from the second stage, or from the ship. So hopefully we'll get to see some of it. Not sure how far or how long, but the only way to find out is to keep watching. I know Das out on the roof there, along with Jerry Pike, are going to be tracking that and seeing how much they can get from that higher vantage point as well at the Margaritaville Hotel over on South Padre Island. I do also really want to quickly thank Chris P. from Berwyn, Pennsylvania, saying thanks to the team for such an amazing and complex coverage. Go NSF, go SpaceX, go Ship 40 and Booster 20 with a $100 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you so much for that. We're only able to have all of these views because of support from viewers like you. And those who are members will know how many cameras we have, because the members multi-view shows it, and there are a lot. Dozens and dozens and dozens of cameras worth checking out there. Oh boy, let's see here. Pacific Northwest Johnny was asking, how does the splashdown zone look? All the ships out of the way? Ryan, can you kind of talk a little bit about the sea assets right now, and making sure all of those wayward boats are out of the way, with maybe a little boat update from you?
Yeah, I mean, this is great timing. So in terms of the actual downrange portion, unfortunately, there isn't really anything we can show, because while there are websites like Marine Traffic which track boats. Not every boat has a transponder. Some transponders ping once every 24 hours, which is really useful when you're trying to figure out if something is actually there right now. Not. So it's difficult to use that to tell specifically downrange, but we do see the SpaceX range helicopters going out to, if anyone was in the area, I'm sure encourage them to a different location. But thanks to Gav, who routinely tracks marine assets related to spaceflight all around the world, he has managed to specify which vessel is supporting the ship recovery operations in the Indian Ocean for today's flight. And it's a much bigger vessel than we've seen being used before. And I can report that it is exactly 600 miles, 0.33, off the coast from the port that it departed in Western Australia. It left a port just outside of Karratha, if you know where that is, slightly a little bit up the coast from Exmouth, where they were based for the previous flight. So that's a long old trip for those SpaceXers on that voyage. And yeah, you can see why they have to leave so early. They have to travel 600 miles by sea just to get to the landing site.
Just a short distance, nothing crazy. Although then again, when we're talking for Falcon 9 and the downrange drone ships, it's similar-ish distance to that, so it's not too crazy. Oh man, let's see where we are at. So we are coming up on the T-minus 50-minute mark. Alex, this is typically where we would see if SpaceX is go for prop load. In the meantime, you can see our team out there, and some other visitors are go for food load. See them out there grilling.
Where's mine? Where's my one?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have any of that.
I do like Dan wearing the NSF apron out there too.
Is that the super heavy splashdown one?
Yes, it is. Which hopefully we'll see a super heavy splashdown today. But that would assume that they are go or no go for prop load. And as we hit T-minus 50 minutes, Alex, what's the latest update on what's been going on and where we're at for potentially go or no go?
The update is there's no update, at least official from SpaceX. We have crossed now that T-minus 50-minute mark in the countdown here for the opening of the window. I've not seen anything from SpaceX. This will be the point where the SpaceX flight director should have verified go for propellant load with the operators. Maybe we'll get a sort of like a post from SpaceX really soon. But on the good news side of things, you can see there a very healthy, very strong vent on the tower. That is gaseous oxygen being vented from the tower as they chill down the line that goes, the lines actually that go up to the ship. They sort of go from the storage tanks through the subcoolers on the tank farm and then out here to the tower. Up there, I believe you can in fact see some of those lines. There's like two big pipes, curvy pipes sort of around the arm, and those two, one is for methane, the other one is for oxygen. Those two, it seems like they are getting now frosty. I have to sort of approach my own screen because it's very tiny, but I believe they are frosty indeed. So that is a great sign that we are proceeding here for propellant load. Whether it is on time or maybe they need a few more minutes, again, there's no official confirmation, but hey, we'll keep standing by. As I said, it looks at they're very much on time. This is about the time that we expect this sort of thing happening, so I will guess that they're ready to go. It's just that they have not made that official.
Exactly. And yeah, it's worth noting, Alex, that the pipe that you see there where the venting is coming from, the pipe itself is not normally white, correct? That is the frost around it. Exactly. That's because there's cold gaseous oxygen being vented out of there. In fact, the actual white that you see there is the condensation of the moisture in the air that is condensating and forming a cloud, because it's a very cold gas that they are venting off from there, and so that's what you're seeing. Like, you're not seeing the actual oxygen because it's basically transparent. It doesn't have any color or anything, but the water vapor that gets created from the condensation of water in the air, that is indeed what you're seeing there. So yeah, that is basically what happens. It gets very, very cold, and then you get frost on the pipe. Yeah, getting super cold, things running through it, and meanwhile outside it is approximately 91 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 33 degrees Celsius out there. So yeah, when you have warm and cold touch like that, if you've ever had the ice inside your glass on a hot day, yeah, you kind of get that condensation, or in this case, frostiness that we see on the outside of those lines. Totally expected, totally normal, and totally means that things, in theory, should be on time right now. Again, waiting for that official word though, but the fact that the clock has not stopped, that we're aware of, is a very good sign.
I have non-Starship breaking news if you want them.
What?
Yeah, NASA has selected SpaceX to provide laser communications capabilities from the Orion spacecraft for Artemis 3. So there you go. It's going to carry a placer, basically.
That is shocking news.
I can hear the shock in your voice, Ryan.
That's from like 5 minutes ago. It's breaking
I'm
news.
absolutely baffled. Who on earth else? I mean, there's so many companies that do low Earth orbit internet communications with lasers. So many.
I mean, not Kuiper, huh? Or Leo. Sorry, Leo.
Now it's Leo.
Yeah, get the name right, Sawyer. Yeah.
You're right. I'm sorry. But we are coming up now, folks, on the 46-minute mark. I don't know. How are you feeling about today's launch? If you're feeling good about it, hit that like button. I know it sounds cheesy and stuff, but as you've probably seen, there are a whole bunch of other streams out there that are just AI slop, that are, re-streaming other old Elon things, trying to get people to buy crypto. We are not. We want people to be able to come here, watch, and actually enjoy the launch on YouTube. So if you hit the like, it tells more bots farther down. So always appreciate that. This is so exciting. It's getting that much more real. Just, I don't know how else to describe it other than it feels more real at this point, because this launch, I don't know if you feel the same way, has kind of crept up a little bit. All of a sudden they said last week, yeah, about that, we're going to launch on the 16th. And here we are now on the 16th, under 45 minutes to go from the opening of said launch window. Oh, man, it's so exciting. Ryan, I know you've been keeping track of the radar. I'm guessing there's nothing of note on said radar?
I mean, the camera views speak for themselves, as I showed earlier in the stream. I wasn't showing you a satellite picture, I was showing you the radar. There just didn't happen to be any rain on said radar, which was wonderful to see. I can also report the WB-57 is also turning now, so maybe it's getting towards its kind of area where it will be watching today's launch from. We also... Something that we haven't seen yet, though, is a confirmation of go for propellant load from SpaceX. So we will stand by until we get that word. Of course, I don't want to be a doomer. I don't want to make everyone sad here, because we are at T-minus 44 minutes. Have we just got confirmation?
Is there?
Yes, we have.
There you go. 8 seconds ago, you can see it there. Like,
look at me.
Breaking news there.
Yeah. There you go. Ryan speaking it into existence. As you see on your screen, the Starship team is go for propellant load. All systems and weather are looking good for today's flight test. There's your confirmation, folks. We are go. Oh my goodness. Now it's even more real. Oh, the heart rate's going up. The heart rate is absolutely already starting to go up, and we still have 40-something minutes to go here. That is what we want to hear. So then, Alex, what can we expect next with the propellant load that should be starting in about 6 minutes from now?
Yeah, so that is basically what you just said. At 30 minutes and 30 seconds to launch, that'll be ship liquid oxygen load will start. Then about 30 seconds later, the liquid oxygen load will start on the booster. So first liquid oxygen on the ship, then liquid oxygen on the booster. Then at T-minus 35 minutes, 25 seconds, booster fuel load, that's basically the liquid methane, will be loaded on the booster first. And then at T-minus 34 minutes and 48 seconds will be the same, but for the ship. So in basically 3 or 4 minutes, they're going to be starting all of those different points of starting propellant load on the vehicle. So we're getting very, very close now to seeing a fully frosty, full stack of Starship. So I guess it's time to get really, really hyped for this launch, right, Sawyer?
Are you really hyped, Alex?
I am. I told you. I got myself cut when I was shaving. It's like I'm just here trying to see if this thing actually launches today, and we get a launch that actually fully hits all the milestones with version 3. Because if so, then the next few flights are going to be even more exciting, and obviously, hopefully, we're going to get a moon landing maybe in 2 years. How about that?
Oh,
Isn't that something to think about? Like, this launch paves the way to that other big milestone down the line. Come on.
Ryan Caton, are you hyped?
Of course I'm hyped. We got so close last time, so close, but the Raptors just couldn't hold on. So fingers crossed on flight 13, unlucky for some is actually lucky for the Raptor 3s, because we need them to work, we need that boost back, we need that Super Heavy to end up in the Indian Ocean where it's meant to be, and then perhaps, just maybe, we'll actually be going to orbit next time around. Who doesn't want that? Orbital Starship. It's what we all want.
Yes. Chat, there are about 50,000 of you out there. Tell me in chat, are you hyped? Copy hype joy. If you weren't hyped before, I hope you are hyped now as we resume back live here in Starbase, Texas. As you take a look at Pad 2 right now over at Starbase, you see Booster 20 and Ship 40 stacked out at the pad. You can see those propellant lines, the lines on the tower are getting frosty, which means that we are just about a minute and a half away from propellant load beginning. There you can see that ship quick disconnect arm attached to the ship. And now you can see the base of the vehicle there, where you have 33 Raptor V3 engines underneath, ready to fire up. And now tank farm activity really picking up. We thank you for watching here at NSF and NASASpaceflight.com. We are a bunch of space geeks and nerds and enthusiasts, as we like to say here, enjoying this all with you. We are not NASA, although we do use NASA in the name with permission. But we are all here. These are all of our own cameras that you see out there getting ready for this flight that we will be using to bring you as many views as possible of this gorgeous vehicle, both live and then, of course, we'll have a bunch of replays afterwards. We have plenty of team members working out in the field right now as well, to be able to bring you live tracking. And then, of course, you have Ryan Caton and Alex, Alejandro Alcantara Romero, and myself, Sawyer Rosenstein, with you here for the rest of the countdown up until launch. So, as Alex was just mentioning a short time ago, we should be about 15 seconds away from the first bit of propellant going into Starship. And that first is the ship oxygen load. So in case you're unaware, Starship uses liquid oxygen and liquid methane. It's a methalox rocket, as we like to call it there. And it starts right now with loading the oxygen into the ship. That's stage 2. That's the part on the top you see with those black tiles. That should be followed at about 20 seconds from now by the booster The big giant silver part that you see underneath it, including the integrated hot stage ring, that part should be loading up with oxygen in about 8 seconds from now. And yes, as monstrous as this vehicle is, 9 meters in diameter, the booster portion itself over 70 meters tall, the whole thing about 40 to 45 stories tall, will be loaded with propellant in under 37 minutes now. So now we will be keeping an eye on the ship and the booster for those frost lines forming. It will come up quick. It will look like it is going in fast forward or a time lapse. We promise you, nothing you are seeing is a time lapse. It will all be in real time. That is just how quick the propellant loads into Starship. Which, amazingly, if this were a Falcon 9 launch, SpaceX's other launch vehicle, they would not have even started propellant yet. But they would be about a minute 20 seconds away. Meanwhile, Starship already loading propellant at 37 minutes and will be full in time for launch. But of course, it's missing the methane, so we should be getting to that methane load starting up in about 30 seconds or so. That will begin with the booster getting its liquid methane first, and then that will be followed shortly after by the ship getting its methane load beginning. If all goes according to plan, again, that should be about 20 seconds, and then the ship methane load should be coming up in about a minute.
We can see now the vent on the tower has shut off. That is not only, we had the go before of propellant load, now we have the visual confirmation, but we also have the official confirmation from SpaceX that indeed propellant load has started on Starship.
Wow. Again, all signs they are proceeding as planned and on time. And again, with them having loaded propellant now, they're basically committed to the top of the window plus or minus 15 minutes or so if needed. And there is that official confirmation from SpaceX with what we're seeing as well with the Mark 1 eyeballs and our, I guess, Mark 2 cameras that they are indeed loading those propellants. And in just about now, actually, they should be loading all of the different propellants onto Starship. That is both the liquid methane and the liquid oxygen, both onto the first and second stages, the booster and the ship. That is what we want to see and what we like to see here. But again, I mean, Alex, the pace at which they go with this propellant load is amazing. How much they've gotten it down in time, even from the first couple of flights to V2 and now to V3.
Yeah, originally it was about a little over an hour or so for them to be able to load the full stack. And as they kept improving the tank farm, they've been able to shrunk basically that timeline and getting it now to just a little bit over 35 minutes from start of propellant load to launch.
It's so quick. And then in terms of other things that we will expect to see, of course, we're going to keep an eye out for that frost line chat. As always, we do this with Falcon 9 as well, with Starship 2. If you start seeing frost lines forming, shout it out in chat that you see frost, because that, of course, we are looking for. We know propellant load is underway, but it gives us a good idea of how far along they are. Essentially, SpaceX created their own loading bar with the frost line that is Starship here, so we'll be able to see how far that loading bar progresses almost in real time. And Alex, it also gives an idea of which tanks are which in regards to which ones are the liquid methane and which ones are the liquid oxygen, which, for those who don't know, which are the ones on top and which are the ones on bottom.
Yeah, so people might think there's like internal tanks inside of what you see outside. What you see outside is the actual tank, except I guess for the nose cone on the ship, that's not an integral tank of the vehicle or anything like that. But yeah, so there are just bulkheads in between all of those locations to make the tanks. And so on both booster and the ship, it's very simple. Top is methane, bottom is liquid oxygen, and that's it. So when you see frost here, for example, near the quick disconnect arm there on the ship, which should be appearing in just a few seconds, because I'm starting to see discoloration there on the wall of the tank, that frost that appears there, that is from the liquid oxygen that is being loaded on the liquid oxygen tank. Further up the ship, there's another line as well that will be for methane, and here on the booster at the bottom, that is the liquid oxygen tank, and you can see the line just rising quite quickly.
There we go. Oh wow, yeah, it is already going very quickly, keeping in mind that the load into the booster started just about 5 or 6 minutes ago. So we weren't kidding when we said it loads fast. Of course, the two other things that we'll be keeping an eye on here, at least that we'll be able to see, is the weather, which so far looks clear, and as SpaceX said in their most recent update, all systems and weather are looking good for today's flight. Ryan, I know you've also been keeping an eye on all of the other marine and air assets going around. Of course, they want to have a clear range because you don't want any wayward boats or planes going through. How's that looking?
Well, unfortunately, bad news for WB-57 fans. I did mention that it was taking a turn to the left. I thought it was going to be entering its hold pattern to image the launch. It's flying north. It's not holding. It might be going home, so they might have encountered an issue. So yeah, not great news for WB-57 fans, unfortunately. But in terms of the weather, I mean, just look at this view. I mean, this camera's literally pointed at the sky right now. Wispy cloud, beautiful blue sky. This is what we want to see, and fingers crossed it bodes well for tracking this launch in, 30 minutes and 43 seconds from now.
Absolutely. Love seeing those beautiful skies. Also, you can see those chopsticks open up at the top there. It's worth noting, if you're just joining, that this is not going to be a booster catch or a ship catch. Fortunately, we won't get to see that just yet, but if all goes well, we will see the booster splashing down in the Gulf, just a short distance away from where it takes off, and then we will see the ship splash down in the Indian Ocean, semi-near Australia. So booster to the Gulf, ship to the Indian Ocean, if all goes according to plan.
I just saw, so there's some paperwork already talking about Flight 14 being next month, and like official paperwork for next month for Flight 14. So if Flight 13 goes well and does all the things that you just said, we may be a month away from the next launch of Starship, which is crazy. But I don't like it because it's August 13. We've got a total eclipse here in Spain in August 12th, and I want to watch that with my own eyes. So SpaceX, I wouldn't mind if you take a little longer, like maybe a week longer. I'm fine with that.
Please, SpaceX.
Or maybe August 20th, 27th, or something like that. I'm okay with that.
A reminder, though, we are not 6 weeks away from the next Starship launch. We are 29 minutes and 16 seconds away, potentially, from the next Starship launch. Under 30 minutes to go now. Goodness gracious. And yeah, you were talking about getting ready for the next flight. It's worth noting there is a road closure out for later tonight / early tomorrow morning from Starbase here out to Massey's for some testing. And there is a booster transport stand nearby, so very likely booster 21 will already be rolling out for testing, with booster 20 not even off the pad for 12 hours. That is the SpaceX pace at this point here. Let's see here. Everything looking good up to this point. As Ryan mentioned, everything looking clear at this point.
I will just jump in. We have got live tanking, and we are already 20% and 27% methane and oxygen on the ship. 14 approaching 15% and 21% methane and oxygen on the booster. So they started fueling about 5 seconds ago, and they're already 20% fueled on both tanks on both vehicles. I mean, V3 is just another beast.
It really is. And of course you can see there into the flame trench. It's hard to see if the Sharpie will melt off or not during this one. For those who don't know, during SpaceX's recent critical path video, they went into the flame trench and showed that the way that they measure the heat down there is by things that different types of metals at different melting points, and whether they melt or not is how hot it got. And of course they joked that if it melts the Sharpie off the wall, then that's another story. But yeah, hopefully we don't have that. And hopefully we do have everything go well. That's why they have a giant water deluge system that will activate at the base of the rocket, both underneath near that flame trench area, as well as on the top deck, to not only deal with sound suppression, but also to basically deal with the massive amount of energy that will be underneath that rocket and turn all of that crazy heat into steam instead. Alex, I think we just got a bit of an update from SpaceX. What is the latest that you could tell us?
Yeah, weather, Dan saying weather is barely worth mentioning. It's perfect by all means. Everything is looking good, not tracking any issues, and basically not having any worries with the range or anything like that. So that is good to go.
Beautiful. That is what we like to hear. Everything well downrange, because again, with the splashdown of the booster and ship, there is, of course, the concern of wayward boats and wayward planes. You don't want anybody in those areas with pieces of rocket that could potentially be falling down. And that is why there are different NOTAMs and not Mars. NOTAM is notice to airmen, formerly air missions, and then not Mars is notice to mariners. So those go out days in advance so that people have time to plan and not go fishing in the range near a rocket that's planning to launch, which that's never happened anywhere in the world before. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So right now, though, all of that frost and venting and everything that you see is totally normal. Alex, I know we have that box fan going now. Is that part of the contribution, or is it just a lot of chill down going on there?
No, that's just part of the operations for the subcoolers and pumps and whatnot. And so that is very basically part of what the whole process of the tank farm works.
And you can see there some of that venting going out as the pressure difference changes with the propellants and things going into these tanks. Of course, you gotta keep the pressures level so things don't expand too much, shall we say. But Ryan, those will serve another purpose once it's airborne, rather than just, dealing with keeping pressures level during tanking, right?
Absolutely, those vents, many of the vents double as the reaction control system. Basically little thrusters dotted around Starship used to orient it in space. Of course, there isn't a thick atmosphere like there is on Earth. On Earth, close to the surface, aeroplanes use aerosurfaces because they can manipulate their positioning using the air flowing over their surfaces. You can't do that in space. There isn't any air, so you have to use thrusters to push the vehicle around in that vacuum, and it's one of those things that SpaceX is doing to try and optimize every single thing they can about Starship, because they could carry a completely independent, completely separate RCS system using its own fuel and using its own systems, but SpaceX have opted with this current version of Starship to use literally the gas from the tanks that they already have, which is, there's arguments in favour and arguments against, but we have seen on the previous flight, the first flight of V3, they did manage to successfully orient the ship for the payload deploy, the heat shield inspection by the Dodger Dog satellites, and of course re-entry at the end of the mission. So they've worked so far, albeit on just one mission.
And you mentioned those Dodger Dog satellites with the cameras on it. For those unaware, the payload for today's flight is actual Starlink V3 satellites. These are not the Starlink simulators that we have seen in the past, or as we've nicknamed them, the dumb links. These are actual smart links, shall we say, the real V3s. They will not be going into orbit though, but they will be deployed. There are 20 of them in total that will be deployed from the PEZ dispenser mechanism located on the ship once it is in its suborbital trajectory and in space. They will deploy, and they will use them to test the communications with some of the other Starlink satellites in the network. They had at one point mentioned doing ground testing with South Africa, although unclear if they're still planning on doing that. And 6 of those will indeed have cameras on board. So hopefully we get to see some of those views. But this will be a good way that they'll be able to check all of Starship's heat shield and how the vehicle looks while it is in orbit, and also get to do some other kind of testing and triangulating work too, because you may notice when we get to close-ups of the heat shield on the ship, you may notice that a couple of places where it looks like tiles are missing. They are not. Those are actually tiles that are painted white. And those white painted tiles will kind of be used as markers for those cameras to observe. If you've seen any of the space shuttle or the Artemis launch with those little squares on both the solid rocket boosters and on the orange external tank, you'll know those are camera trackers. This is the SpaceX way of doing it, is just paint some of them white and they'll be able to use that as trackers as well. And Alex, are there any other heat shield tile experiments or changes that we're aware of on this flight?
Well, they've got on the aft skirt, sort of where the part of the ship that protects the engines from re-entry and whatnot, that part has also a heat shield, right? And they have attached the heat shield tiles in a different ways, like a few portions of that area. They have used different attachments to test those during ascent, and yeah, they have multiple different little experiments here and there, but all of them are like not about the materials themselves, but more about how they attach to the vehicle, or for example, for the imaging of the ship, of the tiles, with the Starlinks, that is just for imaging purposes. They're just painted white. It's regular tiles. There are no special tiles. Overall, as far as we know, in terms of materials, there are no special tiles on this ship. Ryan Weber did notice that there's a few that look weird, like their shape is different. But that's a different thing than, say, materials testing and whatnot, right? That's the sort of point of the whole testing. Sometimes you test materials, sometimes you test how they get attached, sometimes you just want to see if they even hold on. So yeah.
I think the only other special tile, I believe the Mr. Beast signed tile, was seen on this during rollout.
It is not on this one, it's on ship 42.
Nope. Ship 42, okay, so we got some time.
Yeah, two
not
ships
this one.
down the line.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But speaking of down the line, if we go down the line all the way to the engines, we should be having some chill down going
Engine
on,
chill.
if I'm right.
Yeah, unlike on the previous versions, it will be hard to notice. The only thing or indication is that there's like a vent, like a small little vent that comes out from the... I mean, you can see it it's very subtle on the sort of elbow of the quick disconnect arm. And it's part of the system that sort of drains a little bit of that I don't know how to explain it in very simple terms. You load a lot of liquid oxygen through the pumps, a lot of liquid methane through the methane pumps as well, and you get gaseous oxygen and gaseous methane out of that. The gaseous methane is returned to the tank farm. The oxygen, it's vented, and so that vent there on the... You see that little vent there on the arm? That's the one that indicates engine chill. At least for the ship. For the booster, there's none. So, but we know it's happening because it happens on both stages at the same time.
Yeah, there's also that giant cloud, so to speak, coming from the tank farm that makes it a little harder to see the bottom of the booster portion now as well, even if we could see anything there. But yeah, speaking of seeing things, of course, we were hoping to see maybe some footage from the WB-57 aircraft in the future. Ryan, do you have another update for us?
Indeed, that aerial imaging aircraft, courtesy of NASA. I did say it had turned around and it was heading home. It's done another U-turn. It's now coming back. I have no idea what it's doing, but fingers crossed it makes it to Starbase in time to launch this launch.
Maybe another loop for its testing for NOAA. I'm gonna say if it's doing just loopy loops, it's probably.
But it's not doing loop-de-loops. It literally flew in a straight line towards Houston. It's now done a U-turn and is flying in a straight line towards Brownsville. So
I'm gonna take a look at that.
But it's coming back.
So not the racetrack pattern that they've done in the past where they go out and just hold and circle.
Nope. It's literally flying in a straight line back to Starbase. Maybe it has nothing to do with this launch. It's very weird behavior, but I thought it was something interesting to note.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if coincidentally, while they happen to be doing testing for NOAA, they just happen to turn their cameras over to Starbase and catch the launch. I wouldn't put it past them to do that.
Whoopsie doopsie.
Yeah, exactly. Oops, sorry, Noah. Our cameras just happened to move for the 10 minutes that is the flight. Oh, man. Coming up now, 17 and a half minutes to go. Also really cool, you can see from this angle the grid fins, which, Ryan, this is a big difference as well from V2, is these V3 grid fins, which we haven't really got to see them do much work yet after the boost back burn issue on Flight 12. But I've kind of grown to the 3 sort of grid fin style, and of course they're not just there for style, they also serve multiple other purposes.
Exactly, they've moved to a system of 2 grid fins being used for pitch and roll, the 3rd grid fin acting kind of like a rudder, like on a boat or an aircraft, and that controls the yaw of the booster. I have to say, I was a little bit skeptic at first. I'm still not 100% settled on the 3 grid fin orientation, but fortunately enough, most of the angles where we look at the booster, it either looks like it only has 2 grid fins or it has 4 grid fins. So it's a little bit difficult to make out that it does actually only have 3. But I've said it before and I'll say it again. I tried to fly a booster with 3 grid fins in Kerbal Space Program. It didn't work. Hopefully SpaceX has a bit more success.
Were you using realism overhaul or just regular?
Just regular Kerbal Space Program, but that definitely says more about me than it does about SpaceX.
Yeah, I think SpaceX is using the realism overhaul mod, aka Earth. And here is that discussion like we were talking about before, saying that today's test will deploy 20 next-generation Starlink satellites, which we've been calling V3, which will only have about 20 minutes to attempt a series of activation and connection tests before they re-enter Earth's atmosphere. And, I mean, Alex, you were just mentioning the back channel here that getting all of those into the actual payload area, it's a little more crammed than it was for just the kind of flat mass simulators.
Yeah, they had a quick view into the pest dispenser in the payload bay area, basically, and it looks a lot more crowded when it's not just a block of steel on a stick. It looks way more crowded. So in about 30 minutes or so, we're going to see that deployment, hopefully, if this launches on time. So let's just wait and see.
We will wait and see as we are approaching 15 minutes to go until the opening of the launch. A reminder, they do have an opportunity at T-minus 40 seconds to hold. So if they call for a hold at T-minus 40 seconds, that is not the end of the world. We have seen them do that even just for about 20 seconds to catch their breath, to double check things. We've seen it for a couple of minutes. It's not a problem. They have it there as an option for a reason. We don't know if they're going to take it or not. We have also seen launches where they just blow right through it. So just a note if you do see that. And with the vehicle loaded, they'll have approximately 15 minutes if needed once the rocket is fully loaded to be able to launch it. So if something does come up and they do need to hold at that 40-second mark, they have some time to work with. Hopefully we don't need it. Hopefully everything just proceeds through as scheduled and on time. So, Alex, I don't know if you've been hearing any other updates as well that you can give to us, or at least catch some people up as well who might just be joining at the 15-minute mark here.
Everything continuing on track. You can see, well, right now we're in a wide-angle view, but when we go to much closer views, you will be able to see that frost rising. It's a very nice progress bar, if you want to call it like that. And so you can see now there. Now we go back to the launch pad cameras here. You can see the frost is rising. The tanks on the ship are mostly filled. They're just a little bit to go. You can see there's like about a ring or so on the liquid oxygen tank. Also about a ring or so on the methane tank. Again, on each stage, on both the booster and the ship, the top tank is the methane tank. The bottom tank is the liquid oxygen tank. The ship has an additional 2 tanks on the nose cone at the tip. Those are the header tanks. Those are probably already loaded or about to be loaded. It's usually around this time on the countdown. So if you see some venting from the nose cone, that's normal. That's part of the pressurization system of those header tanks. Those are the ones that are going to be used for that relight in space, that short burn of just one engine, one of those Raptor sea level engines. And then for the landing burn, that's also where those 3 sea level engines will draw their propellant from. The booster also has its own landing tank as well. It's got a liquid oxygen tank and sort of like a reservoir as well of methane inside of that big transfer tube, the Falcon 9 sized transfer tube. But other than that, it's very much, as you can see, you know, all of the different all of the different frost lines are getting now close to the top of the tanks. We're getting close to end of propellant load, which should be in about 10 minutes.
Yes, at this point, the booster should finish propellant load first. That will happen about 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go before launch. That'll be followed 40 seconds later by the ship being fully loaded as well. So at T-minus 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go, exactly 10 minutes from now is when we should have a fully fueled Starship out at Pad 2. The excitement continues to get more and more real.
And if we go through and the engines ignite, the thing lifts off, then it should be about a 2 minute and 18 second ascent burn for the booster. Then the engines will ignite on the ship, the stages will separate. It's called hot staging, when they still ignite the engines on the ship when the booster is still thrusting. The booster will flip back, it will perform its 33 engine boost back burn, and hopefully we'll be on track for a splashdown in the Gulf about 6 minutes and 53 seconds after launch. That landing burn will be with 13 engines, then down perhaps to 5 and then 3. We saw these tests with the final version 2 boosters where they tried like a 13 engine at the beginning, then down to 5, and then down to 3 engines at the end. I at least expect the same kind of thing. We'll see what actually happens in real life. Also, in about a minute or so, we should keep an eye on those flaps on the ship. I just forgot that we are getting close now to the T-minus 10 point mark, and that's when the flaps should start moving around. They do some flap checks around T-minus 10 minutes into the, rather before the launch, I should say. But that's basically where we are right now, and I believe we have a fuel update from Ryan. Ryan, go ahead.
We are now 89.3% methane on the ship. We're approaching basically 99% oxygen on the ship, and we're well into the 70s now on both tanks on the booster. So again, progressing with fueling very, very nicely. It's nice when everything's green, isn't it? It's nice when everything is green. We're 7.5 minutes away from booster propellant load wrapping up, and I'll continue to just trickle in the rest of the propellant as we progress in the countdown.
Exactly. That is what we like to see, what we like to hear, that we have so close to a fully fueled vehicle right now as we hit under 10 minutes to go. And a reminder for people who might just be joining from the 10-minute push alert, for those joining from the Next Spaceflight app, we are now looking at a nearly fully fueled
there's the
Starship.
flaps. You can see them tuck in. Look at that. They're tucked in. Probably we're going to deploy them in a there they go. They're opening now. Haha.
There we go. Seeing the flaps do a little wave ahead of flight. And we may be able to get a little wave as well, potentially, from our team out in the field a little bit before we get to launch. We'll keep an eye out on that. Man, that looks pretty good. Everything is proceeding as planned. That's what we like to hear. I wonder how things are looking for a team out in the field. I believe we have Das from atop the Margaritaville Hotel in South Padre Island. Das, how's the hype?
How's the hype? Good grief. Is that the question? We are over here. We're on top of the hotel. We did get the robotic tracking head all set up. Some of the equipment you can see back behind me is all the control stuff. Oh, heck. Here, come with me. Real quick, we're going to turn that way. There's the robotic tracking head over there. So we've got a big Cinema robotic mount with a comically large lens on it, and another little ride-along camera on top of it. But we are ready to go over here on the roof of the Margaritaville. I'm listening in to y'all. I didn't want to jump in too much, but we're excited. Is everything going well, Sawyer?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Everything's been going great so far. We just saw the flap wiggle test there. Propellant load continues to go as planned, and so far, so good.
We're like less than 10 minutes now, aren't we?
Try 8 minutes.
2 minutes, 8 minutes. All right, I won't stay on here for long. I will let y'all get back to it. I wanted to hop in real quick and say thank you to everybody that's been watching. I don't know how many people have clicked the little thumbs up or anything like that, but y'all showing up is what lets us keep doing this. I know we do like March plugs and we talk about super chats and stuff like that. All of those things that y'all do are what makes this possible for us. Honestly, the best way to make us shut up about March is to just buy it all, and then we don't have anything left to talk about. Last I heard, we were pretty well past 50% sold on the patches and pins. So don't want to have those sitting around in the warehouse. Y'all pick them up if you want to. You don't have to, but it is an absolutely fantastic way to support what we do. We work so hard. We try to make cool things for you. Not only all the views of the rockets, but we try to make cool patches. We try to make cool shirts. I love this sun shirt that I have on right now. I'm just proud to walk around in it. But anyways, let's make sure we keep the rocket on the screen. T-7. What? No, just back to the. Well, it's on the screen technically. I kept it behind me. But let's get back to the launch here. I'll be doing the track. If you see it from my angle over here, I hope I'm able to track it for you. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with us, and we will catch you on the flip side. Sawyer, back to you.
Thank you, Das, from out in the field. We'll let you go back to your cameras over there.
It's too much fun. It's too much fun.
Tell me about it. We're having the same fun here too. Wish we were ready to go. You, though.
It's very hard to track stably because I'm like shaking. It's so exciting. So, anyways, back to your show. Thanks for watching, y'all.
Absolutely. 6.5 minutes to go now. Thank you again, Das. Fuel load continues. We should be wrapping up with the propellant load very shortly. The booster should be completely loaded at T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. And in exactly 4 minutes from now, at T-minus 2 minutes and 10 seconds, we should have a fully fueled stack with the ship wrapping up its propellant load there as well. Once we get to the T-minus 40 second mark, Alex, that's when things get really exciting. Can you take us through the steps that happen just before liftoff?
Yeah, so the final few minutes, we're going to have propellant load ending on the booster and the ship. On the booster, it happens at T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds. On the ship, will be at T-minus 2 minutes and 10 seconds for propellant load complete. They're also going to be doing all of the final checks on the engines. They're going to be transitioning into internal power and things like that. The launch pad itself will also be getting ready. At T-minus 40 seconds, they're going to go through their gate, their hold point, where if they want to hold, if anything is sort of off or something like that, then they can hold at that point. We saw on the previous flight, on flight 12, they had to take that multiple times on the very first attempt, remember? So don't be surprised if that were to happen. Now, the thing is, right now, I think they are not tracking any sort of kind of holds or anything like that. Oh, hang on. Now the whole point is at T-minus 60 seconds, apparently. So that's great. Okay, throwing us off. It's breaking news. I just heard it from Dan Hewitt from SpaceX. It's T-minus 60 seconds now instead of T-minus 40 seconds. Cool. Okay, well, apply what I just said to T-minus 60 seconds instead of T-minus 40. After that, then they're going to be preparing the pad, doing final preparations, purging the propellant lines. And especially, one of the things that happened on Flight 12 was the unpinning of the QD arm. The QD arm presses against the ship basically by default, because you want to have a very solid, basically no gap, being leak free, and so you want to have a very solid connection even when the arm is free, right? The arm needs to be free because at T0 it retracts away, and so it needs to be free. But for the majority of the countdown, it is pinned against the tower. And what happened on Flight 12 is they tried to unpin the arm, and the arm didn't want to unpin because that force against the ship, it also means that there's an opposite and equal force against the tower, and it was too strong for that pin to be able to sort of handle that. So there were automated triggers, alarms and whatnot triggered from that, and they had to basically go to the next day. So that's what happened. So it's a very important step of the process. All of the deluge will also come out at T-minus 17 seconds. Before that, we'll also have the MIST, the detonation suppression system under the rocket. So you'll see all of these different things coming alive. And of course, at T-minus 3 seconds, we'll have engine ignition. And at T0, those hold down clamps will open, and hopefully a beautiful liftoff.
Hopefully, in under 3 minutes from now, we should be coming up on the point now where they are finishing propellant load on the booster. At this point, booster propellant load should now be complete. There's about 40 more seconds of propellant loading still to go for the ship, and if that continues on as planned, then we are just seconds away from a fully fueled Starship for the 13th flight of the Starship program. This again is over at Pad 2 down in Starbase, Texas for this launch. On board, we have 20 V3 Starlink satellites, real ones, that will be doing some testing during their suborbital trajectory. 6 of those 20 satellites have cameras on board. Fingers crossed SpaceX allows us to see those views. And at T-minus 2 minutes and 10 seconds, that should wrap up propellant load on this vehicle. She is full, she is heavy, and hopefully she is ready. Booster 20 on the bottom there, and ship 40 on the top. Ryan, final check in terms of weather and range. I know SpaceX said everything was go. How's it looking still?
Everything is green, not tracking any holds, closing out propellant load. Deep breaths, everybody. This might actually happen.
This might indeed happen about 90 seconds from now. As Alex did point out, they have a chance to hold. They apparently have moved it from T-minus 40 seconds now to T-minus 60 seconds at 1 minute. They don't have to take said hold, but they have the opportunity to take it if they wish. Let's see here. As we pass the T-minus 60 second mark, we will see if they hold. And as we reach 1 minute to go, Ryan, it's your countdown from here.
Thank you, Sawyer, and thank you for tuning in. We're approaching 60 seconds, and the clock stops. We are holding at T-minus 60 seconds. Of course, Starship has this ability to hold, unlike Falcon. So we will stand by until that clock resumes. Doing some final checkouts, making sure Starship is fully ready for launch on Flight 13, the second flight of this version of the vehicle, and we continue to count down. We're now T-minus 55 seconds. Looks like we're going to be targeting 35 seconds past the hour.
Should be depressing the launch mount at this point. Hopefully we get that go
30
for
seconds.
Launch. Keep an eye out for the DSS, the detonation suppressive system. There it is.
15 seconds. 10 seconds to launch. Here comes the water deluge system. Water is in the trench. There's the top deck. We have ignition. And we have an abort. Starship is not launching today. It looks like we had 33 Raptors light momentarily, and then an immediate abort with them all shutting off according to the live telemetry.
And this is why hold-down clamps are really useful.
Alex, do they have the ability to recycle from here?
I'm listening in, but yeah, it's confirmed it's a scrub for today because they started the deluge. So yeah.
We'll say, by the way, based off of the live telemetry graphic from SpaceX, it appears that 4 engines did not light from at least their animation there. Don't know if that's confirmed or not, but it appears that 4 of that inner 13 did not light.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things as well that it's important to mention that yeah, it was 4 on the middle ring. I'm just seeing it now.
Yeah, that's my
The-
bad. I missaw the telemetry live in the moment.
No, it's okay. I mean, we're all looking at the rocket. We're not looking at the telemetry. And that is why all of these things are automated. By the way, this was all automated, and yeah, this is one of the things that usually happens with these rockets, where you have some engine outs at startup, and it's like, whoop, we're not going today. And that's why it is important.
Yeah.
Haha, look at that. From the deluge.
Yep, right on top of one of our remote cameras located out there. That is great view. It's not great to see the rocket still on the pad, but at the same time it is. Because the worst case scenario would have been something happening and then you lose the pad and vehicle. We don't want that. So better to be on the ground wishing you were in the air than in the air wishing you were on the ground.
Indeed.
Alex, do we know how many engines it would be that they could still launch without? I know at one point I believe it was 3.
Yeah, at one point it was 3. I mean, if this was 4, then obviously that already triggers that abort criteria. And one of the things, so obviously a lot of people might be wondering, okay, so what's going to happen now? When can they try again? From a paperwork standpoint, they have a closure for tomorrow, but the point is, they just aborted at engine ignition. That is a very dynamic moment. They're probably going to take their time to look and understand what happened exactly for those engines to not light up. Or if it was even the engines, like maybe it's not telemetry that doesn't see the engines igniting. Who knows? Right? Like, that's the sort of thing that the engineers are going to be doing now. They're going to be looking through that data and actually understand what happened today so that they can proceed to the next attempt. Does that mean that I'm saying it's not going to happen tomorrow? No, I'm just saying maybe it doesn't happen tomorrow because they need to look more into that data. In fact, who knows if they might even need to destack even. Like, this is one of those things of this pad that they don't have access to the engines on the booster. And so it's a very interesting sort of, I guess it's a drawback of this design. It's a very good pad and whatnot, but they don't have access to the engines, and if they really want to have physical access to them, they will need to destack. So it's one of those things where it's a wait and see situation. We'll wait for any official communications from SpaceX.
You know what you won't have tomorrow though, Alex? You won't have access to the NSF secret shop because with the scrub, that means the very rare Starship scrub merch comes out to play. And as you can see, it is only up for a limited time. There you go. I watched the whole stream and all I got was a Starship scrub. I know people have the Falcon 9 ones. Those are a little more common. The Starship ones, not common at all. So if you want to get one, this is your chance to show your dedication to it and proof that we survived the scrub and it will launch again. Don't worry, we will see it with a plus countdown at some point. But that secret shop countdown is underway. So if you want to get yours, you now have under 7 hours to do so. Once it is gone, it does not reappear until another scrub, which we hope never happens. So hopefully this shirt continues to stay very rare. So if you want to get it, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. A reminder, the clock is ticking. You will literally see it ticking on the top of the shop page. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, now here's something we don't get to talk about very often. What is the detank procedure now and the safing procedures that happens after something like this?
Well, they drain the propellants from the same lines that they load those propellants into the vehicle, and instead of using the pumps and whatnot, they just basically use the same the gravity, right? The force of gravity to help back those liquids into the tank farm. And so that is basically what they're doing right now. They're just letting those propellants to go back to the propellant tank farm and being able to hopefully reuse them whenever they launch again. But that's where we are right now.
That is indeed where we are at. Again, we saw that water deluge system activate as well. Boy, that makes quite the rain shower there in Texas. I'm sure there are people out there, given the heat, that would have wished they were underneath it to get a little cool, at least before the engines ignited.
At least our solar panels on trailer got a nice clean.
There you go. Yeah, kind of like the dust storms with Spirit and Opportunity, where they thought it would be the end of the little rovers because they would be covered in dust, but actually came and cleared them off. So there we go. Nice little clean. Oh boy. Now we will wait for them to begin those detanking and safing operations and see when they end up reopening the road so that engineers and the people with SpaceX can go out there and take a look and find out what may have happened. And now when we get to Flight 14 for their new update video, we should get some really good juicy information on what happens in the Launch Control Center during an engine abort on ignition there. So
We
it's
should
worth
build
noting, though, Ryan, as well,
wipers
when it came...
on this camera.
But it's worth noting, Ryan, that when it came to all the NOTAMs and NOTMARs, they were not just for one day, right?
Absolutely not. They schedule out usually well in advance, to this time actually a day in advance, or a couple of days in advance. And of course they schedule well into the future, so SpaceX will have many opportunities to launch. At the end of the day, it's just going to boil down to the weather, which is unfortunate because the conditions were beautiful today, and of course if the vehicle is actually ready or not. We've seen SpaceX do 24-hour turnarounds of Starship multiple times in the past. It happened on the previous flight of Starship, but of course that previous flight was down to a GSC issue, mainly revolving surrounding the ship quick disconnect not wanting to retract. So it'll be interesting to see what happens this time around with it being a post-ignition abort, because we did see on the 10 engine static fire of booster 19, the previous Super Heavy booster, they actually damaged some Raptor engines because they had to stop the Raptors so quickly. So of course SpaceX would have learned from that, and they've been implementing upgrades to the vehicles between the previous flight and this flight. But if they had to do a hard start and there was damage to the Raptors, then it's going to be a Raptor swap. I mean, fingers crossed that didn't happen, and fingers crossed the Raptors are happy and healthy. But those 4 clearly were not happy and healthy because they didn't ignite.
Yeah, I see there were a lot of people asking about that. And the other question then becomes, is it the engines? Is it a sensor? You don't know, but you also don't want to risk it. This still seems very different from the hard stop that we saw on the static fires, at least, because those we later found out was because of a ground issue that called the abort on those tests. This doesn't seem like it was the ground infrastructure. Again, we don't know for sure, but based on what we saw with that water deluge system, I mean, Ryan, it looked like it performed as it was supposed to.
I mean, the entire thing spooled up. We got the top deck going before we got to ignition, and you know the live telemetry showed 4 engines not igniting on the middle ring of the engine. Interestingly, they all appear to be on the kind of the same side of the booster. There's 2 that don't ignite, a gap of 1 that does ignite, and then another 2 that don't ignite. Of course, there are 10 engines on that ring, so very interesting to see what has happened there.
Yes, so I guess it was, instead of lucky 13, it was only lucky 9.
Yes,
those,
exactly.
Inner 2 rings. Oh, God. I see a lot of people already coming in and getting the scrub shirt. Appreciate all of you grabbing those. Again, it's a shame that we have to have it, but at least the vehicle is still intact. It is on the pad, and they will be able to do it again. And I guess the other way to look at it now is, hey, they performed a wet dress rehearsal and a free static fire. Huh?
A half-second static fire of a few of the engines.
It's funny because this will be the very first full stack static fire test. They've never done that before. Fully loaded with a full stack, and yeah, they lit up the engines. Not all of them lit up, but they lit up the engines.
But I mean, there is a point to be made there. SpaceX opted not to do a full stack wet dress rehearsal ahead of this launch. But even if they did, if this was an engine ignition issue, then a full stack wet dress rehearsal wouldn't have been the test to identify those issues. It would have been the 33 engine static fire, which they performed a few days ago with Super Heavy Booster 20, and that ran for 25 odd seconds. That was the longest ever booster static fire we have seen from Super Heavy of all the versions. That includes V1, V2, and V3. So surely an ignition issue would have been found during that test. I mean, what could have changed between that test only a few days ago and their first attempt at Flight 13?
Well, it's one of those things as well that you never know what can pop up at the last minute, right? And it could also be just a sensor that was buggy, that, you know, maybe the engine was fine. Maybe those 4 engines or something else was just fine. And like, it's the thing with engineering, something else will try to mess with you. And so that's basically what happens. Sawyer and Ryan, I don't know if people are asking this in chat, like, why would they? Okay, what if they just aborted a few seconds before engine ignition? Why is it that the deluge forces them to scrap for the day? Like, if they fire the deluge, I know probably not a lot of people are wondering that, but I know, because I have even one person in our own team that is asking and wondering about that, and that is one of those things as well where maybe some people are wondering about that. So, oh, we have an update from Elon? Okay.
We do, yes.
Okay, let's hit that.
I know
then.
our team is working on getting it on the
deluge.
screen. But as Kevin is doing his thing there, he did point out that some of the engines didn't start, triggering an automatic launch abort. Now offloading propellant, next launch attempt hopefully in a few days. So that doesn't sound to me like an attempt tomorrow.
Yeah, days in plural, that implies more than one. So definitely not tomorrow. But it's to be expected. It's what we explained before, right? Yeah, when engines start shutting down and whatnot, that is when you get the longer recycles and whatnot and inspections. So with the deluge, what happens is that it takes about for the diverter, I think it takes about a few hours, just single-digit hours, I think. For the top deck, I think it also takes a little bit longer than that, but still within the day. The thing is, they don't have the full day for any of that. They only had a 90-minute window. And even before that, the full stack was loaded with propellants. And they only can hold with those propellants for 15 minutes. So if you wanted to try again, you not only have to recycle that deluge system, but you also have the propellant getting warm. And so that is not great. And you will have to detank the rocket just like they're doing right now and then reload everything again. But there's no time to do that in 90 minutes. But there you can see what Elon said. Some of the engines didn't start, triggering an automatic launch abort. So yeah, that is what we were talking about. That sometimes in the we had heard in the past that maybe up to 3 engines, if they don't light up to, like, if 3 engines or more are out, then there's a automatic abort.
Well, good to see the system works as planned, at least. And you can see there in that top left view, we can already see that it looks like detanking is underway, given that frost line is receding.
Yeah.
And, hey, at least the people up in those other 2 boxes there get a beautiful beach day. Even if you don't get the launch itself, at least you get to spend some time out on the beach, probably with some fellow space enthusiasts out there. And it's a hot day, so it's a good chance for people to cool off as well. I mean, it was about 90 degrees out there, or 33 Celsius. So it's the view from the people also probably getting a chance to stay at the Margaritaville Hotel over on South Padre Island, which, again, we thank them for allowing us to have a camera up there all the time, and also for having Das and Jerry up there today as well to try and catch the launch, in this case, the startup and shutdown before a launch. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up here on support and questions from people because it has been quite busy here. I want to make sure we also get to some of your questions and acknowledge everything that's been going on. I guess now comes the sort of speculation phase of, if that is the case, would they potentially destack to be able to get to the booster? And if so, when would we maybe see the booster transport stand rolling back there, Alex?
Well, I will guess perhaps it might roll back if it is needed. Although I will say if they're scrubbing, which they are, I would imagine they're probably bringing it back all the way, even if they were not to destack, just in case. Because it might, like, maybe they don't plan to destack right now, but then you're like, ooh, we need it now. Oh, dang it, we have it out there on the production side, right? It's not here on the launch side. I think even in that case, they will, like, even if they didn't want or even have to destack, we'll probably see the booster transport stand coming back to the launch side. Also the ship, of course, the ship transport stand as well. In that case, if they were to roll them back, and again, I think that's probably what's going to happen, then I will see perhaps if they were to need this. I'm putting here a hypothetical, okay? Hypothetical situation. Put an asterisk anywhere on your mind about what I'm saying. Perhaps there could be time to, for example, remove the ship tonight and then remove the booster right after that, like maybe in the morning, like very early in the morning. Because we've seen them, they're very quick at those operations and they have a good handle on those things. And so that's something that could happen relatively quickly. It's the inspections and whatnot that will probably take more time, again, if they were to need those. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but Sawyer was asking to me, like, you know, what if that happened? What will be the timeline? Well, that's sort of what I think might be the timeline if that were to happen. I think it's something doable from their part. We've seen that very much lots of times in past full stacks where they needed to destack and restack. Remember Flight 2, those times?
Oh my god. Well, that's where you need Adrian's rap coming back in. What was that with the spin prime, that goes way back. Oh boy. Let's see here. I'm going to make sure that we've got a backlog of support from amazing people. We're going to make sure we flash all of those across the screen as a special thank you to everyone for helping support us, getting items from the shop, gifting memberships. It's all very much appreciated, and a thank you. So that way I want to make sure we thank all of you. And a reminder, we do have the S-word merch available only for a limited time in the shop. The very rare Starship scrub merch. So I hate saying the term, but I guess it already happened, so it's hard to jinx something that's happened already. So. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, in terms of other questions and things we're getting here, of course, a lot of people I know are saying, what about possible damage to the engines? Did they sustain damage? There's not really a public way for us to know what's going on underneath that launch mount, is there?
I mean,
right,
the reason that Pad 2 was designed this way is because it's designed to be a very robust and rapidly reusable launch pad, unlike Pad 1, which was designed to give SpaceX great access to the aft end of the booster, as they themselves said in their documentary they released a few days ago. So, yeah, it is, unfortunately, most likely, if they do need to do work to the Raptors, they are going to have to destack. The extent of that work, if there is work at all, of course, is unknown at this moment in time. If it's extensive work, then very likely the booster would then have to roll back to the Mega Bay to get that work done. I'm not sure whether SpaceX would want to conduct such work at the launch pad itself, considering they have a fully outfitted bay just a couple miles down the road, and it only takes them an hour or so to roll the booster back to the barn. So it might seem like a big step, like, oh no, they have to roll back, the game over. No, I mean, it's an hour roll down the road. They can get it back out to the pad in no time. Might as well do that work if it's required. Again, we don't know if this is required or not. Do that work in a place which is very much suited and designed specifically to conduct such work. I'm sure SpaceX will be able to churn through the data very, very quickly. But yeah, it is going to be very interesting to see the fallout of those 4 Raptors that did not ignite today for whatever reason.
And the other thing that's worth noting is, again, to get to the booster, if they don't leave it stacked out at the pad, they do have to remove the ship. So they will have to destack the ship as well, even if nothing's wrong with it, just so that they can at least get to the booster underneath. So it'll be all of those stands that'll have to move out. I guess, would they be able to keep it out there and work on it out there? And if so, you know, even if they have to roll the booster back, could the ship just stay out there while they work on booster stuff inside one of the bays?
I'd say theoretically, yes. It just depends what SpaceX would want to do. Like I said, to roll a vehicle down Highway 4, it's a big operation, but time-wise, it's only an hour to get a booster to the pad or to the production site, vice versa. So it's not that big of a barrier. not that big of a hurdle for a ship or booster to clear. But we've seen them leaving vehicles at the launch site before, not in the V3 era, but definitely in the V2 era, and especially in the Souls or Hob era, where they launched a Starship with another Starship watching on from only a few meters away, which was, you know, that was something, especially when the flying Starship doesn't make a soft landing and instead scatters its innards all over Boca Chica.
That's a great way to describe it, scattering the innards across Boca Chica. The other thing to mention, too, is this wasn't their only planned booster activity for the day, shall we say. I mean, Alex, they had a whole other road closure that was very likely for Booster 21, given that I believe there was a stand getting ready to roll out near the base for that one, right?
Yeah, the booster thrust simulator, that stand is out there at the production site, and it seems like Booster 21 will be lifted and placed on that stand. And so tonight, while SpaceX is figuring out what's going on with Flight 13, well, they are preparing for Flight 14 already, getting that booster out there to masses, getting those cryoproof testing and whatnot, the thrust simulations. The thrust simulator stand will also be doing some work on the aft of the booster to simulate the thrust of the engines, making sure that everything is good to go from the structural side of things. So that'll be a really interesting look. And, you know, we're not going to get a launch, but at least we're going to get a roll and probably a cryo test tomorrow, if I were to guess.
There's no shortage of things happening at Starbase. That's why we always have our 24/7 live cameras out there looking, because something's always going on. It's SpaceX. They're never just sitting around, sitting on their hands, twiddling their thumbs, anything like that. They're always up to something.
I wonder if Das is listening even to this side of things, to our commentary right now, because I know he's very busy. He was out there at the Margaritaville hotel on the roof preparing for launch, tracking a launch that he was never gonna track today because it's scrubbed today. But we're talking in
he did track it. He just didn't have to move the camera.
Okay, sure. But we're joking, so I don't know how many people are watching. How many people are watching? 22,000 people. Of all of you, I don't know how many of you watch our Starbase summaries. Das commentates those Starbase summaries, released like maybe twice a week, maybe once a week, depending on how things are going at Starbase. It's very basically like an alternative to the Starship updates, more footage based and less face cams based. But they're still explained. You can listen to the sounds if you want. There's an ambient track for that. But if you want to at least understand what you're looking at, there's also that narrating some of those. And we're having fun just looking at potential options for the title of the next one. Starship aborted, but Booster 21 didn't care. Starship aborted, so here's a cryo. This is where I will put my Flight 13 footage if I had any. Like, this is the sort of thing that we we always work on in the back channel, just trying to have fun. Look, when things like this happen, just gotta look at the positives and move on, right?
I mean, do you know the Monty Python song, always look on the bright side of life?
There you go.
Do. I can't sing it because of, copyright stuff, so it's the best I can do for you. I do want to make sure that I thank a couple of people as we continue going through the support here. Disabled Park Hopper becoming a Launch Director member. That is one of the highest levels of support here at NSF. Thank you so much for that. You will get access to the NSF Discord. You also get your name at the end of all of the NSF Live and Flame Trench shows as an extra special thank you. And as I mentioned, Cap comment above getting the Discord access. That includes Steve. Horn Steve also getting that access. Thank you very, very much. Another good question that I saw coming in was how soon or how long, I guess, would it be until we would see a potential road closure for a roll back if it was needed? I mean, right now it's worth noting that the road still isn't even open yet because there's still propellant, as you could see in the tank, based on those frost levels. I don't know. What do you think on that, Alex? On the detanking process, you mean? No, when we would if there would be a
Oh.
road closure posted, how soon or how late, if they decide that they need to roll things back. Like, how much notice do they normally give?
It could be in a few hours. It could be in a few minutes. Who knows? It's one of those things that it depends. By law, they should do it at least, I think, 24 hours before the window happens. But for example, for today's Booster 21 rollout to Massey's, they did it just this morning, which is clearly less than 24 hours before that. So yeah, I'm looking it up now on the stars of the City of Starbase website. Yeah, no, there's nothing there.
Nothing yet, but I'm sure
Other
we'll get
than the-
notified.
Yeah, other than the rollout to Massey's, there's nothing there.
Yeah, there is nothing there, but there is still propellant in the vehicle from the looks of it. But Ryan, it's also worth noting that it's not as much of an accurate line on the D tank it is for the tank, given the frost.
Exactly. The frost we can see, that's not the propellant itself. That is water from the air being frozen onto the side of the rocket because the propellant is making the rocket skin, in this case steel, super duper cold. So that really cold skin, when the water contacts that steel, it's so cold that it causes that water to freeze onto the side of the rocket. So as you can imagine, as the propellant is removed from the vehicle, it's being removed faster than the time it takes for the steel to warm up back to the ambient air temperature, or above 0 degrees Celsius. I've no idea what that is in Fahrenheit. That's why we use proper units
32
on stream.
Fahrenheit is 0 Celsius.
Thank you, Sawyer. But once we get beyond that point, of course, then the water will start melting. Hi, Dan. How you doing?
Hi, Dan.
He's been cooking some nice food. I'm not getting any of that food because I'm a few thousand miles away, and I'm very sad. But not either way. Of course, they detank faster, then the steel warms up, which is why on the detank, that's not always indicative of the exact amount of propellant that is in the vehicle either. Of course, on the up tank, for lack of a better term, it's not 100% accurate all of the time, but it's much closer because, of course, as that propellant rises inside, it then makes the steel cold. But the propellant is much better at making the steel cold than the outside air is at making the steel warm. Hopefully that makes sense.
I think it does, at least to me. Chad, if it doesn't, yeah, just let us know. But we'll continue to watch, and of course, we usually stay with you all the way until the road reopens. And as a reminder, Ryan, where are those different roadblocks that we'll be watching as we continue to watch this happen?
There are a few different ones. The main one is, of course, the soft checkpoint all the way back in Brownsville. There is a police officer there that tells you to turn around and go home if you do not work for SpaceX, or you, for example, have not booked to be at Rocket Ranch, or you do not own property beyond that point, because we want as little people in the area as possible on launch day. Beyond that, the hard checkpoint is at the intersection just next to our river lot. That is why our river lot is where it is, because it's right at the boundary of the exclusion zone for Starship launches for non-SpaceX personnel. And then, of course, there is the final roadblock up at the intersection between Highway 4 and LBJ Boulevard, right at the edge of Boca Chica Village itself, which is where they will move the roadblock up to as they start to detank the vehicle and when it is deemed safe to do so. Of course, when this vehicle is fully tanked, there's a lot of combustible propellant on board. Should they mix in a bad fashion, let's just say it wouldn't be a great day, and it would cause one of, if not the largest non-nuclear explosions in human history. So that's why the exclusion zone gets even bigger when we do energetic flight testing, such as what we were hoping to see today. I mean, they did ignite, but they didn't launch. So they did some energetic things.
I mean, excitement was guaranteed. We got excitement, just not the kind of excitement we were hoping for.
Yeah, maybe excitement times 0.75. We got the engines igniting, but of course we want the thing lifting off.
Exactly. And Forward79, yes, I am still reading regular chat. I am still looking at all the questions that are coming in, tagging us at NASA Spaceflight, at NSF. Don't worry, I'm still keeping track of things. This is my first hosting rodeo here. Let's see. Shane Johnson was wondering, do you ever think they'll make a private road just to transport the vehicles, that you don't have all these road delays? I mean, what they have currently is kind of working for them. I'm sure it's not great for all of the local residents, but yeah, I don't see that happening. I just see them, all the work that they've put into the road, all the reinforcements and things that they've put in. I think it's safe to say that they're committed to using Highway 4 at this point, unless, Alex, you disagree.
I mean, you're basically needing to build another road in very unprepared terrain. I think a lot of people just underestimate how complicated, not just from the bureaucratic side of things, which can always be alleviated, right? Like, there's a lot of movements towards YIMBYism and all that different sort of stuff, and that's good. That's always nice. More development and all that stuff. But the thing here is that it's a very delicate place, not just from an ecosystem standpoint. It's also from the development standpoint. You just cannot build anywhere, right? Like, you have to be very careful. This pad where they put this thing, it's heavily reinforced. You have very deep concrete foundations and things like that. Just because of that, here building a road it's not that easy, and let alone things like other suggestions from other people, like, I don't know, train tracks and stuff like that. I don't see that sort of thing happening anytime soon. The easiest way is just to go with the road that they already have, the one that is already there, that was built many decades ago, and it works. It works just fine.
Yeah, but who would use train tracks? Not Soyuz, not Atlas, not Vulcan, not Falcon. No, none of them would use tracks, right? Oh boy, yeah. In case you're unaware, it is a very commonly used way to move vehicles in spaceflight up until now. The rare exceptions have been, yes, the SPMTs that have been moving Starship, and the crawler transporter for Saturn V shuttle, and now SLS.
That being said, though, trains are used to move some components of SLS and shuttle, because they move the SRBs just when they're in multiple pieces and they're getting transported to the Kennedy Space Center rather than getting transported to the launch pad.
Yeah, and they're on actual trains, not just train tracks that guide whatever mobile transport system they use.
Exactly.
Let me thank a couple more people here by name as we continue to go through and continue to watch them detanking following the abort right at engine ignition of today's launch attempt of Flight 13 for Starship. Ben Rabau with a 50-pound super chat saying, great coverage, something to keep going for monthly launches from now on, 13, 14, 15. I mean, if this goes well, do you think monthly, Ryan, is possible?
Yes, but big asterisk, it depends what happens with Flight 15, because of course Gwen Shotwell, before SpaceX went public back in June, did an interview with CNBC, and she said Flight 15 could launch from Florida, and that would mean launching from LC-39A, and of course that would be the first launch from LC-39A. They'll probably have teething issues they'll need to get through, so that raises the question of whether a monthly cadence is possible, at least initially. But should they launch Flight 13 within the next few days, as I'm sure we're all confident SpaceX can do, that would raise that would allow them to very quickly get onto the Flight 14 campaign. We've seen SpaceX are getting ready to roll Booster 21, the next booster, out to the Massey's test site for cryogenic proof testing as early as tonight. So that shows intent, and that shows what SpaceX is trying to do to develop a fully and rapidly reusable launch system.
I like that, fully, rapidly reusable. By the way, this is from Kate Tice, who is the Senior Manager of Quality Systems Engineering and one of the webcast hosts over at SpaceX. First V3 full stack static fire complete, ...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a static fire. It's just not what they were hoping for. But then again, data is data, right? You got data out of it. Got to look for the positives through all of this.
Okay, I'm going to address this because chat is being... so I'm going to address it. Look, remember like 6, maybe 8 hours ago or something like that, when we started this stream and something was weird and odd with the clock on the SpaceX website, and I kept saying, look at the very first line of the text, not the clock, because the clock behaves odd with Starship launches. So let's read again what it says on the first line. The 13th flight test of Starship is preparing to launch Thursday, July 16th. The 90-minute launch window will open at 5:45 p.m. Central. That is the very same thing that I read about eight hours ago when I tried to address this. Now, if you were not out there when this happened, it's okay, it's fine. But what happened when I just read that? It's the same thing, right? What happened today? They scrubbed. And they did not update that. The clock updated. Why? Because the real clock, did actually update their internal clock. And right now, it's just on standby mode, if I were to call it in a certain way. That's how I would basically take that. Be cautious by taking that to heart. It's what I'm trying to explain to chat, because I see your messages, and I understand that you're very excited that it may be tomorrow because it says tomorrow. But read that first line. That is the cue, the big important thing that you need to look forward for an actual next attempt. And of course, on our socials, we're going to be updating you as well. SpaceX will probably post an update on the next launch attempt. But once again, be very cautious trusting that clock. It is not reliable. That's
you should stick to the NSF socials to make sure you get all the most up-to-date data, because we will post it as soon as we get any information over on X, Facebook Threads, TikTok, Instagram, Blue Sky. You know the drill with that. I also want to thank Bideford coming in saying there's always tomorrow, just not until after 4 p.m. as I have closings and showings. Oh my. Bideford, thank you for the $100 super chat and the generous support as always. We really do appreciate it a lot. Oh boy. Well, I'm sure this has been pretty rough for all of the people out in the field as well, I would imagine. I'm sure they've had quite the day today, so we'll have to see how they survive out there. I think, speaking of, we might have Das back out in the field to give us a kind of quick update of what's going on out there now. Das, do we have you back? I can't quite hear you at the moment, Das. Oh, technology. You gotta see, there has been an abort called on our check-in with Das. We will have to recycle the count to recommunicate with our team out in the field. Oh boy, Lucky 13 coming in, folks. I know some people.
We didn't even get an ignition with that one. It was just nothing.
We got stuck.
Not even
on
the water
deluge
deluge activating. Oh, well. Again, once that gets worked out, we'll check back in with them. But they're doing a million things out there, too. Things are out in the field. It's very sunny. It's very bright, trying to look through everything. So got to give them props for all that they're doing out there, too. Even if they didn't get to do the actual full tracking today, at least they're out there, and we got some great views. And again, we're still continuing to get views as they detank. All right,
Sawyer.
The count has been recycled. Go for DOS ignition.
Can you hear me now, Sawyer?
Absolutely, I can hear you. Hopefully chat gets the 5x5s too. But how you feeling out there after that unscheduled static fire test?
I'd rejoined, and I heard Alex promise that it was going tomorrow. Did I hear that correctly?
Promising it is.
No, Das, don't say that. You're doing it on purpose.
Not going tomorrow. It's not promised to go tomorrow. That's what you said.
I'm not saying that it is not going tomorrow. All I'm saying, I really need to emphasize this, is that you should not take that clock to heart until it's actually lined up with what SpaceX says on the text. It is the text that you should trust, not that clock, especially for Starship launches. For Falcon 9 launches, that clock is a little bit more reliable. We've used it for hundreds of Starlink launches and non-Starlink launches even, but for Starship it's a little bit more odd. The behavior, it's a little bit more weird in that case. That is why I'm saying just be careful with that.
Yeah, but so should I take all the stuff off the roof, or should I just leave it here? What should I do?
Yeah, sure, leave it there and
Leave
just
it there.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
That's the one trick with being on the roof. We don't leave all the camera equipment the computers, the electronics, the robotic head and stuff, we don't leave it up here. The environment's too lousy overnight, so we'll have to pull all of the electronics devices, all the cameras and stuff like that, and we'll take them in for the night, and then we'll see if we're supposed to bring it up. But the stuff like the the big cases and the tent and the tables and chairs and stuff like that, we can leave that. That's not going anywhere. But anyways, I was hopping in because in the back channel we can chat with the members. If you're a member, you're probably hearing me talking a little bit. But for the members that are watching here but weren't watching the members' old multi-stream, after the stream ends, we're going to stay live on the rooftop, and I'll take y'all around with this camera like I did last time, right? And I'll walk y'all through how the setup works and how the Xbox controller controls the big robot and all that sort of stuff. So I knew there's some people watching the main stream that weren't necessarily in Discord or whatever, but I wanted to tell the members, if you're a member in the membership program, stick around, and we'll keep the member side stream running a little bit longer, and we'll give you a behind the scenes of the whole setup here on the roof. So that's why I was leaving the setup. Normally, when we get an abort like that, we're like, oh my gosh, okay, start breaking everything down. We'll have to do this again tomorrow. But Jerry and I are up here. Wave at him, Jerry. Can Jerry get a hand over here? Maybe higher than that. Yeah, there's Jerry. Yeah, there you go. Jerry's up here with me, and we figured we would leave all the equipment here so that we could give the members a little behind-the-scenes tour afterwards. So if you're not a member, you can join the membership program. You can get access to that. But for now, we are just hanging out up here. Did I miss anything super exciting? It was so confusing from the roof. That's probably the story I should tell. We knew it was counting down, and then Jerry said, did it abort? And I looked over, and I'm like, that's an awful large vent for it to have aborted. For a second, I thought that was a depress vent or something. But it was the actual engines firing up. We did hear it, though. We heard it.
Did or did not?
We
You heard it?
Yeah. We heard it. We were sitting there and we're like, what is that? And we're looking at it. And my initial reaction was I thought it was a depress vent. And I'm sitting there looking at it, and Jerry's looking at it, and he's like, no, look. And I was like, oh, that's the engine exhaust. Oh, my gosh. And then however many seconds later, I wasn't counting. We were confused. And we heard just a little, like a really short engine. We looked over there. I imagine there were some very confused people on the beach. Like, what the heck was that? But anyways.
Well, by technicality, it was technically a depress vent. It was just a very rapid vent from the
an
Raptor
energetic,
engine.
flamey depress.
Yeah, exactly.
But not like a full
It's like
vehicle
D-tank.
depress. It was just a controlled depress. It just had fire involved.
Das, did you hear the thing that I said earlier? What's going to be the title for the next Starship summary? It's going to be something like Starship aborted, but Booster 21 didn't care. Or something like, this is where I would put my Flight 13 footage if I had any.
We should just start the daily summary that way. This is where I would put my footage if I had any. That's a good one, Alex. Can I use that on the summary?
Yeah, sure. No copyright.
Nice. I mean, from our perspective, it was super confusing because we didn't expect an engine ignition abort, like where engines start up and flames come out and you get the big exhaust plume and then it turns off all the engines. Alex, I'm sorry, this camera's out of focus, by the way. That shot's not the shot that's in focus. I assume, Alex, that you talked around, no, this one's fine. It's that one over there. That's, the big manual focus one. I assume, Alex, you talked through sometimes when engines get aborted really quickly, that might cause damage to them.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? We saw that with Booster 19. They talked about that on the critical path, and also the other non-critical path. What was it? A Test Like You Fly video that they released earlier. That is one of those things that tends to happen if you shut down the engines very quickly. Now, it also depends on the type of shutdown, to be fair, because there's the fast shutdown. Oh, there's Roadblock coming back to the LBJ intersection.
Nice.
Okay. Nice. So back to what I was trying to explain. There are probably like two types of shutdowns, probably more if I were to guess, but two major categories. The ones that are like shut down really quickly so that nothing blows up, and then there's just normal shutdowns that it's like, well, we know it's going to be aborted because we saw things not nominal. Okay, let's shut down. Like sometimes you have the time. Maybe it's that kind of shutdown that they had. Maybe because the one that they had on Booster 19 were related to things like, oh, the diverter is about to blow up because it's the sensors are shaking apart and things like that. Like, that's the sort of thing where you will probably want to shut down the engines very quickly, as opposed to, oh, 4 engines didn't light up. Okay, we still have, like, I don't know, 2 seconds more to slowly shut down. 2 seconds are quickly. That's quickly for a human, but for an engine controller, it's nothing.
It's like an eternity for an engine controller.
Exactly.
Yeah. Huh. Well, I guess we will see what the deal is. I don't know. It's like the difference between slamming on the brakes to unexpectedly stop the car, and then all the stuff you had in your seat like goes flying forward, and your laptop falls off the like that sort of thing, where you break your laptop versus you come to a faster stop, but it's a more controlled sort of thing, and you don't throw your laptop off the seat. Wait, I'm talking to Europeans. Y'all know about cars, right? Y'all drive?
Don't worry, Das. We have automobiles. It's kind of where they came from.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I didn't know y'all drove around. I thought y'all advanced past the need for automobiles.
Some of them, get this,
Speaking
some
of
of them
that,
even have air conditioning inside.
When we were on the way back from the gig in Norway with Isar, and we went through Germany. We had to connect overnight in Frankfurt during that heat wave thing. And the only air conditioning we had was the air conditioning in the rental car. It was glorious. There was no air conditioning in the hotel. There was no air conditioning in the airport. There was no air conditioning in anywhere until we got in the rental car. It was beautiful.
Yes,
I do have to say,
Europe that
though,
also produced the Topocino.
The Topocino.
Isn't Topolino or whatever?
Topolino, you're right. Thank you.
Topocino is the
Yeah.
drink that Jack used to drink all the time.
That's
Yes,
Topo
the
Chico.
Topolino car. Yes, that's
the Chinese
technically not a
Different
car, but it's a
Topo.
car.
Topocino is the Chinese knockoff of Topo Chico, I think.
But you were also in Norway. That's why you only had AC in your car. Here in Spain, we have AC everywhere. I even have 2 in my own house. Best money spent in my life. I just gotta say that. But other than that, look, we were talking about getting cold, getting frosty, right? That's the opposite of what's going on with that rocket. It's actually warming up now because all of the propellant is being offloaded from the rocket. See, I'm saying.
I mean,
Nice.
we can see the sun
Doing the
right
segue.
there. I mean, it's getting cooked by that sun, which is no wonder that you can actually see with the ice that the ice on the sun side of the vehicle is melting away
Is
faster
melting
than
faster.
on the shade side. I mean, stating the obvious there, but it just goes to show how as the booster warms up, that what was frosted on there by the cold propellant is no longer there.
It's getting I can confirm that anything the sun is shining on is getting cooked up here because the sun is shining on Jerry and me on the roof. The sun's actually shining on us twice. The sun directly shines on us, and then the sun bounces off the white roof and re-shines on us. It's like standing in a solar oven up here, so it's ridiculously hot.
Oof. Make some s'mores.
I have a bit of an update if you guys want. It looks like the transport stands are indeed rolling back to the pad.
Oh boy.
As I expected. I wouldn't read too much into it, to be fair. I just said before, I think if I were at SpaceX, even if I didn't plan to destack these 2 stages, I will still want the stands back on the launch site because they're big and they occupy a lot of the road. And if something unexpected were to happen where I indeed need to then destack the rocket, then I want the stands sort of at hand, very close to the rocket, so that I don't need to close the road and things like that. That would be if I were SpaceX planning all of this stuff and I was like, yeah, let's roll it back. Let's put them back on the launch site. So I wouldn't read too much into it as, oh, they're going to destack. No. I'm just going to say, even on a normal scrub day and things like that, I think they will still do that. And I think we've seen that in the past anyway. So
Alex,
just saying.
How is there engine access on the Pad 2 design? Remember the Pad 1 had the dance floor that could raise up, and they could work on the engines, and there's not really anything like that on Pad 2. To get to the engines, can they even get to the engines with a lift?
There's the booster transport stand. You can see a little bit of the top over the shrubbery there.
Oh, it's moving to the right.
Over the
right side of the
shrubbery.
screen.
It's going down. Oh, and the ship one, it's over there to the right.
Oh, they're right behind
partially
each other.
being blocked. Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
So going down the road.
If
go
they
ahead.
need to look at the engines, can they even do that on Pad 2?
So you mentioned the good old dance floor on
dance
Pad
floor.
1.
Yeah.
On Pad 2, they have the boring floor.
The boring floor.
Yeah, because the other one was the dance floor, right? I'm partially joking here. So they have a bit of an ability to have like a platform underneath the where the engines will be. The problem is that is when there's not a booster. So it's basically like scaffolding that they can assemble inside of the launch ring where the booster sits. So if the booster is not there, they can place that, right, and access that area of the launch mount. But if you want a booster inside of the launch mount, then you need to remove, again, what I call the boring floor instead of
the boring floor.
And
chat's not
that's
giving
where
out
you-
pun tokens for that. Sorry.
I don't even know if that's a pun. Like,
Wordplay, but still.
Yeah.
oh, good grief. So
But no, they don't have access. Basically, that's the short answer.
So if they get in there and they need to actually inspect the engines, that would be a case for a destack, right?
Yeah, if they were to need access, and then there's like levels to that access. There's like just visual inspections, which they can sort of do when it's on the booster transport stand. If you talk about actually getting into things like piping and things like that, that will be probably a full rollback to the Mega Bay, where they have a work stand, they have a proper place where to put the boosters, where they have access to all of the engines and things like that, and have a full access to those systems, right? If they were to need such a thing, then they have the Mega Bay for that.
Yeah.
And, you know, in such a hypothetical case, then they will need to roll back. But again, hypothetical. We're not confirming anything. We're not talking about any official... I you know, a lot of this whole conversation, it's basically like asterisk.
Yeah, Alex,
Just
you love your caveats right now. Like, not promising
Exactly.
anything. It's too soon after the event to have any firm information on exactly what happened. Like SpaceX, SpaceX does know that the engines didn't light up, but they might not even know the extent. They haven't even had a look at the engines yet. So,
yeah.
And, I mean, there's the roadblock is all stacking up. They're about to do the parade to head back out there. I guess they're waiting for the...
They even leaving some room
detanking.
for the stands, I think, because they are on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Leaving room for the stands to roll.
How many scrub shirts did you people buy?
They're still coming, Das. We're still behind by a lot on the scrub shirts.
It's like a non-stop parade of store messages here between the patches and the pins and the scrub merch. Like, what is... If it doesn't have the picture of the pin, it's a patch. And if it does have the picture of the back of the pin, then it's a pin. And then the scrub shirts were the scrub shirt.
Yeah, this is what the scrub shirts look like.
Yeah, there you go. These are the standard... I watched the whole stream and all I got was a Starship scrub.
Standard, but you say that. How often do we get to use that shirt? Rarely. So.
Rarely. I agree. Every time that happens, it means that I have to carry everything down from the roof of the hotel.
Yeah, by the way, we're still an hour behind on all of the scrub shirts. Just saying. They're still coming.
What are we displaying? Like one every 2 seconds or something like that?
Yeah, these graphics are a little bit slower speeding through it, but they look nice at least.
I like that.
I just remembered.
Go ahead.
No, continue, because I was going to talk about a different theme. So do your thing.
No, I was going to say that message from Rebecca said, thanks for helping us understand the world. Like, that's why we're here. We're regular people. We love rockets. Yeah. We're not like reading a script. And it's like, our company's great because our company's great, right? Like, we're here to tell you what we think about rockets because we like them. So I appreciate the message there, Rebecca. I just saw that one flash by, Alex.
I would still say that NSF is great, though, because NSF is great.
You know, the best part of NSF are these fantastic lightweight T-shirts. These wonderful lightweight T-shirts. Oh, we're gonna have to come up with another scrub design, I guess, just in case it goes again.
Robert, with a better idea here for merch. How about I just watched a NASA chair for hours shirt one day?
Nice. I watched the NASA. Y'all know that Lindsay, who makes the products in the shop, is already out there like looking for ties. She's all about making NSF rocket ties of some sort. And all we did was like mention ties at the beginning of the stream, and she's already out there like, oh hey, ties. How about ties? Would you put ties? What do we put on the tie? Do we put NSF? Do we put rockets? We should put the engine pattern over and over again.
I would do a TPS tie.
A TPS tie. Yeah.
Go with my TPS mug and a TPS sun shirt that I have coming.
You have a TPS apron?
Ooh. Well, you're going to need that thermal protection from the grill, which we saw Dan out there grilling at one point. Made us hungry.
Disclaimer, NASA spaceflight aprons are not thermal protection
No.
from your grill. Just saying. They may stop the
No,
grease
but they
from
look
splashing
great.
on you. Yeah, they look great, but you cannot re-enter by wrapping yourself in a TPS apron or sun shirt or beach towel or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, there was at one point a proposal for something like that. I don't remember exactly what was it, but it was some weird personal heat shield where the astronaut will wear it like
It
as
was
a
the
backpack
moose.
sort of thing.
The moose. The
Oh,
man out
yeah,
of
there we
space
go.
Safely,
Moose.
yeah. Or man out of space. What was the E? Expeditiously or something.
Yeah,
Easily. I don't remember what the... Chat, what was the E in moose for?
Evacuation?
man out of space easiest.
Easiest. There you go. I know, something
And
like
then
that.
they changed it to man orbital operations safety equipment because of course NASA
Aw.
goes like that. But yeah,
Boo.
it was some kind of weird protection, like personalized protection system for reentry. It's so weird.
It's like, what do you do if the spacecraft can't re-enter? How do you get the astronaut out of space safely? And it's literally like a heat shield backpack that I think it would inflate a little bit to increase its size, and the astronaut is like wrapped up in it in a cocoon and then parachutes down after they survive re-entry or something. Needless to say, we never tested it. It'd be cool to test it though with like a dummy.
Oh my gosh, is that Lindsay already in our back channel putting a TPS tie idea?
I would not doubt it. Lindsay's been on the ball.
I
with
said
this,
it.
With
Yeah,
this
she
one.
already has a template in there for a potential, and obviously it has to go through more steps than that. But
No green merch blocks. Not any green stuff because it doesn't work with my green screen. By the way, any green shirts or any green things. If we make any patches in green, you got to take that into account, Lindsay. Just saying. Thankfully, we're not having Starship launching to Joule or something like that, right?
She literally has a
that's green,
comp
right?
for a TPS tie, a thermal, the heat shield tile tie, using the picture of the tile that we use on the aprons and stuff like that.
it does look really good, I gotta say.
What are the chances, but that by the next time Starship attempts Flight 13, we'll have ties in the store?
Oh my gosh, whenever that is. Which again, we don't know at this point. It's worth reminding people, we don't know when the next launch attempt will be. Haven't seen any official word. The only thing that we saw was from Elon, who said next launch attempt hopefully in a few days with an S at the end. That's all we know at this point.
Yeah.
So just want to make sure we re-emphasize that.
And then you went into the
Also-
keep up with the socials in order to know what's going on, and we're on all the socials. I
Exactly.
think you said that last time, right?
Hey, right before we toss to you, the X, Facebook Threads, TikTok, Blue Sky, Instagram, yeah.
Perfect. See? There you go.
Yeah.
You can tell I've gotten enough messages from the social team over the years that I've got all of that memorized and ready to go.
I thought they put like a shock collar on you. Like if you didn't mention the socials often enough, they like... bzz.
I wasn't supposed to mention that on stream.
Well, the problem is it's not around your neck. But anyways, we'd see it otherwise. So we do really appreciate the socials team. They do a ton of work getting all the content out there because some people aren't on X, some people aren't on whatever, some people are on Facebook. Some people want to like share it to their mom on Facebook or whatever. I don't know. But the socials team does work super hard to get all the different stuff that we gather together out there on all the different social channels.
I mean, this day in spaceflight history started off just on Facebook, and I know now it's in the newsletter, which we have as well, and it's going to other socials too. Because a reminder, today was going to be historic in that it would line up with the launch of Apollo 11, which happened on this day in 1969. So maybe we get July 20th instead and go for the anniversary of the first moon landing with Starship Flight 13?
I'll take it.
Just throwing it out there into the world, so into the internet ether, so that it's out there.
Today's the 16th. That's 4 days from now. I'd have to stay. I don't know. We'll have to ask my wife on that one.
That's what it always comes down to.
I'll issue my form to request additional time off.
Yeah, take it up with the boss. Oh, wait.
Take it up with the boss, exactly.
While we have a second, let me thank some other people from their super chats from earlier. Harry Kamari, I hope I'm saying right. Flight 13 cheering once more from Alaska. Ben Vision with a $20 super chat as well, saying T-shirt idea: Starlink's chasing Starship into the atmosphere with plasma trails, captioned "Gone too soon."
Oh, we have a T-shirt that y'all have not seen yet. We have a post-launch T-shirt that doesn't come out today because it didn't launch. We have a fantastic shirt, and I will not say anything else.
I've seen it.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Oh,
no
so
hints.
Funny.
No nothing. Like no hints or anything. Y'all just have to guess what the T-shirt is.
I saw it. It's so nice.
All right. All right.
All I'm saying. Buzzlax, thank you as well for the $20 super chat. Starship Texas Tours with the super chat as well, saying "Go Starship." Came in twice, so I guess thank you for both. And then Steve Cowley, SpaceX is messing up big time. People talking about financial stuff, but thank you for the support there as well. Very much appreciate it. And we got Ansiderquist. I am so terrible at reading names. Upgrading to Capcom membership. With that upgrade, you get access to the NSF Discord, which, if you don't know, we've got a whole bunch of channels in there for all the different space companies, countries. There's food chat, there's sports ball, all the different things in there. Appreciate you joining us. And also, you could see the members multi-view when it came out as a channel in there too. But a reminder that any member of the NSF community that supports us here from PadRat on up gets access to that multi-view and the behind the scenes that we had going for today's attempt, and that we will have going again for whenever that next attempt is.
What are you going to get to eat, Ryan?
Wow, I can't believe that you're outing internal company messages on stream. I definitely didn't just send in the back channel that I am wishing SpaceX a merry road reopen and a happy detag because I'm hungry. I don't know, probably something gourmet, something delicious, maybe some beans on toast.
Something gourmet, and you go
no.
with beans on toast?
It
We
is.
don't need to reload the methane farm that quick. Come on.
Oh, seriously.
Sorry.
I don't know. Jerry and I had to decide. We'll either eat down at the restaurant here at the Margaritaville, because they have a luau burger that's like okay, I know it's a thing, pineapple on pizza, but pineapple and teriyaki sauce on a hamburger. Yay or nay, Sawyer?
Ooh.
Pineapple teriyaki on a hamburger.
I've had it on chicken and it's really good. I don't know about a burger though.
All right.
I don't even know what that T word is.
I'd be willing to try
sauce?
it. What?
So really? You don't know what teriyaki sauce is?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Genuinely.
I can't explain it either. Like, I can't explain to you what teriyaki sauce is.
An Asian-style flavored sauce.
Like, you answered, you said something, but it didn't give him any useful information. So you're like...
How do you explain it again? Chat, someone please try explaining the flavor of teriyaki.
How do you
try?
yeah.
Good luck.
It's like kind of sweet, but it's like a sweet brown sauce. That makes it sound terrible. I give up. Anyways,
I don't know.
Alex.
Chat, also, please let me know if you've actually heard of teriyaki or if this is just an American thing.
It's like a Japanese thing, isn't it? Alex, do you know what teriyaki sauce is?
I've heard of it. I don't think I've eaten any food with that.
Okay. Huh. I can't ask Ryan because he already said he didn't know what teriyaki is. I don't know. Huh. Anyways, I don't have access to
How do you even
chat
spell
right
that?
now.
I want to Google it, but I don't even know how to spell that word.
Oh my
like,
God.
is it?
What is this? The script spelling bee? It's teriyaki. T-E-R...
I-Y-A-K. I gotcha.
Well, okay, fine. Thanks, Sawyer. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Hey, I came in 4th place in my county spelling bee back in the day.
Nice.
In 4th grade.
Good deal.
Oh, they sell it in this country, so I should theoretically know what this is, but I guess I do not.
They sell it in this country.
Member stream idea. Ryan Caton tries teriyaki.
Live from the restaurant to see what a luau... It's called a luau burger. It's like a pineapple teriyaki hamburger sort of thing, but I don't know. That's not bad. They got like the house-made chips, you know, like where they slice up the potatoes and they fry them. They're not like potato chips, but they're sort of like fried potatoes that are in the form factor of a potato chip.
But it's not chips as in the European sense of the word chip.
No, it's not chips, like in the incorrect sense of the word chips. No.
The things we talk about approximately 1 hour and 6 minutes after SpaceX aborts a launch.
Oh, this is what is that a phone case? It is a phone case.
Yes, it is. One of the TPS
phone cases. Nice. Yeah, that's the whole thing. This is how it goes. Like, we're not here. Okay, thank you for more official communications. Follow on with the social media. It's like, nah, we're going to talk about hamburgers now. This is what NSF does.
Now I kind of want Chinese food because of the teriyaki.
Well, either that or we were going to go to the Pizza Hut in Port Isabel. The Pizza Hut in Port Isabel is like, it's a Pizza Hut frozen in time. I don't know. It's like the Pizza Hut you imagined that you went to when you were a kid. I'm older than all of y'all, but
I've been to a Pizza Hut when I was a child.
No, this was different.
That was
when
like
it was
a couple months ago.
No, these are the old ones with like the glass light fixtures, the red rooms.
Yeah.
They had a salad bar, I think, at one point.
The Galaga.
I've been to a Pizza Hut salad bar. That's not a unique experience. They still exist.
Okay, but time out. Did you have a tabletop arcade with Galaga or Pac-Man or something?
We did not.
Okay.
Oh,
No.
I remember those.
That sort of makes it.
We had an
Anyways.
ice cream machine though.
Oh, that's not bad. That sounds good, actually.
Yeah.
It's like a Pizza Hut frozen in time, and there's like one dude in the back that just makes the pizzas, and you go in and you're like, hey, we want a pizza, and they're just like, all right, I'll make you a pizza. And it every time, I don't know if I have like work bias, because every time I go to the Pizza Hut, it's because I've been working hard out at Starbase somewhere on the roof of the hotel, and it's like, this is the best food ever because I am starving and I've been working all day. But my impression is that it's a fantastic Pizza Hut.
By the way, I just saw
NSF not sponsored by Pizza Hut.
Unless, I mean, Pizza Hut, give us a call. Business at
NASA they sponsored a launch for the International Space Station's first segment.
I think we might probably need a sponsorship from Red Bull or something if you ask the field team what they would want to be sponsored by.
Right? Didn't they stick that on the first launch of an ISS module on that Proton? Had the Pizza Hut logo on it.
The Pizza Hut
Pizza
logo,
Hut
yeah.
On the Zarya launch.
Yeah, Zarya. Thank you. I forgot the segment name. Also,
the commercial NASCAR sponsorship. Yeah, what's up?
You're the ones who explained this best. I've been trying to, but someone just got the Raptor 3 mug, and now David said came for the scrub shirt, left with a whiskey glass. More pertinent to the situation.
Slight correction to myself,
on that
by the
little
way.
picture that pops up. What?
It was not Zarya, it was Zvezda in 2000.
Zvezda, nice.
Yeah. The one with the leaky module.
So the whiskey glasses is like a long story. Basically, some of the stuff we get is print on demand, right? We don't have a huge warehouse that has 1,000 units of whatever, and it's print on demand. And we got this email that's like, oh, new print on demand service, etched glasses. And we said, well, that looks kind of cool. Like, we could take a patch design and have them put it on a glass or something. And the company that was etching it for us was terrible. It was like a beta test, an alpha test, and they shipped out glasses, but they have this little online product designer, and we're like, oh, that looks great. It's like the Starbase skyline. It'll be great. And a bunch of people ordered these glasses, and the company created them. I'm doing bunny air quotes with my fingers, and shipped them to people. It was laughable. There was no design on it. They just completely etched the glass in a big black, like a big block. Just a single block of etching that was just a square. It was like the Vandenberg edition skyline because it was just...
Is that depress fan that I'm hearing?
It sounds like it,
there we go.
There you go.
Look at that.
So we had promised all these people these really cool-looking whiskey glasses, and the print-on-demand company couldn't do it. And so we said, well, fine, we'll do it ourselves. And we went out and we bought a laser, one of those laser engraving things. And the little fourth axis, third axis, whatever axis it is for the laser, you like clamp the glass onto it and it rotates and the laser lasers the design on it. And we did that. And the first one we bought wasn't very good. It wasn't good enough quality for what we would want to ship to members. So we got a different type of laser that was specific for glasses. And we started etching our own glasses. And now any design we get, not every design works, but lots of the designs work just fine on a glass. the patches work really well on the glass. So we started doing these like commemorative launch glasses that have this really nice etching on them. But we're doing it ourselves. It's like a little NSF made logo on it. We're not blowing the glass. It's not like we're melting down sand from the beach and then making a glass from scratch, right? We purchase the glasses as blanks, and then we use the UV laser to put the design on it, and then we put them in the shop. But when you order one of the laser etched glasses, it like goes to Kristen at the NSF shop, and she takes a glass and puts it on the laser and etches your design on it, and then boxes it up, puts it in the mail, and ships it to you. So was that the question you were asking me, Sawyer?
Exactly what I was asking, to kind of get a better explanation of that. I've been trying, but
yeah. It's just we weren't happy with the print on demand, but we thought it was a really cool idea, and so we invested in our own equipment so that we could etch whatever design we want. And then the same laser also does, like the tumblers, the powder coated tumblers with like the black powder coating around them, and they're stainless steel vacuum tumblers or whatever. We can etch those too, or we don't etch those. You ablade the powder coat off of them, but we can put designs on that. And so we did this really cool Raptor 3 line art on the tumbler too. But those things, like in the shop, if it says NSF made, it's literally somebody at NSF customizing that product, not by hand. Clearly, it's like a CNC controlled laser, right? But then putting it in a box and shipping it to you. It's not coming from some big nameless warehouse.
Noises.
That's so awesome. I guess that's kind of why David was saying the whole day was a blast. Why can't the tumbler ship to Canada?
We are still working on the international shipping on some of those things, and that's because we're shipping it ourselves. We're not shipping like a big warehouse that ships them out. And some of the rates and then the international taxes are a little wacky on some of the stuff, so we're actively working on it. But we're just not there yet. We don't want to come in and like charge you $100 to ship a glass to Canada. That doesn't make any sense. But we're working on it. We do want to ship to Canada. We want to ship it overseas, that sort of stuff. It's just taking us a little bit of time to get it figured out so that we can do it fairly for you.
Just to be clear, when you say that we're shipping them ourselves, you mean we solicit the shipping services ourselves, not that Chris B gets in the post van and hand delivers the whiskey glasses to the customers, right?
It's actually a horse and buggy. Chris has a horse and he hitches it up to this little buggy, and then it's like a little sort of thing. He puts the packages in the back, and then he personally like canters up to your door, right? Clip clop, clip clop, clip clop, and he comes and rings your doorbell, and then it's Chris Bergen there with your package from the shop. No, that's not how it works. It's like UPS or DHL or whatever.
Yeah. Although we have seen he has posted the GIF many times in the Discord, including the members Discord, of the little man in the van driving the delivery straight to you.
You don't even know what that's from. Tut tut tut.
Is that like the claymation one you're talking about?
Yeah, that's not Wallace
it's Postman
and Gromit,
Pat.
is it? Oh, Postman
It's
Pat.
Postman Pat. How do you not know about Postman Pat? Postman Pat's a legend.
How do you not know about teriyaki sauce?
Yeah.
This is such an English-centered conversation right now. I feel like left apart.
What do we... For you, Alex, do we need to call him like El Postino Pate or something? I don't know.
No!
Start delivering paella. There you go.
I don't remember anything like that in my day, so I don't know in terms of Spanish shows, but yeah. Anyways,
SpongeBob SquarePants. There you go. That's international. Now we got it.
Everybody knows SpongeBob SquarePants.
More of that venting continuing there. Up on the ship. Brandon was wondering about. Go ahead, Alex.
I was gonna say, I sort of had the help of Ryan Weber to help me out on this. I was curious if any of the engines that aborted today, those 4 engines that did not ignite, if any of those were on Booster 19, because Booster 19, when it flew with a set of engines, but it was not the original engines that they had installed previously. So it went out for a 10-engine static fire test. They had that aboard during that static fire test. They basically had to change some of those engines. Then they went out with 33 engines, and they also had to change some of those because they also had an abort at that time. And so those that were changed, that were taken out of Booster 19, we've seen a few of those on Booster 20 on this time around on this for these flights, and there was at least one of them on those 4 that shut down, and that is, if I'm not mistaken, booster engine number 13, which is ironic, and that will be serial number 7. Yeah, because it's flight 13 and booster engine 13. And it was serial number 78 for the Raptor number. But there were all 3 that, as far as I know, they are new for this booster. They were not on booster 19, and they still were not able to light up. So it's not down to, they were Raptor engines of booster 19. No, it probably is something else.
While we wait for the road while we wait for the road to open, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
If there were 4 engines, and I don't think they said that it was 4 engines, right? It's just the graphic showed 4 engines out, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, but they didn't say that it was exactly 4 engines. We're just going by what the graphic showed. If those 4 engines were out, Starship would have still lifted off? Yes or no?
From a thrust-to-weight ratio, you mean?
Yes.
Or just like...
From a thrust-to-weight ratio?
Yes. It
would.
could still lift off. It's
that's like...
only 4 out of 33. It's 29 inches. It can still lift off.
That'd be like a 15% or something. I'm doing the math in my head, but it's roughly like something under 15%.
With a calculator, let me see. It will be 29 out of 33. That would be, 87.8% of the thrust instead of 100%.
Yeah, like loss of 12% thrust, but it would still have taken off just ridiculously slow. Not a good idea to do that. I was just curious.
But the thing is, it's funny because this new... So on version 3 of both booster and the ship, they now carry the Raptor 3 engines. They have more thrust, and the overall rocket hasn't really put on a lot of weight. So that means it books it out of the... Like, as soon as it lifts off, it really goes fast. And the funny thing is that thrust-to-weight ratio is about 1.5. If it were to lose that 12.5% or so of thrust, it will still be going at 1.32 of thrust-to-weight ratio. It's not that bad of a thrust-to-weight ratio. New Glenn is probably slower.
That's still a better... thrust-to-weight ratio than
Saturn V, New Glenn. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's still
anything has a better thrust-to-weight ratio of active rockets than New Glenn at the moment. So
exactly.
There you go, Sawyer.
But yeah, the thing is, the reason why they have that criteria of like 3 or more engines out with a board is because you never know if that's connected to like the plumbing. If it's, for example, the plumbing, maybe other engines will start shutting down as well during flight, and that's not good. You also may just want to have the full performance as well. Like, why would you fly with more than 3 engines out, right? Like, you really want to have that performance. Ooh, there we go.
Road is open.
Like, everybody start dancing now.
I don't have the energy.
Good thing our cameras are not on screen, because I actually did.
What on earth is in the back of that Cybertruck? Big orange
I think those
things.
are buckets.
Are they buckets, or are they like... They look
or
like dog
cones.
kennels. Cones, maybe?
I don't know.
I was going to say, if they're buckets, they're a bit late to try and scoop up some of the water from the deluge system. It's probably evaporated by now.
I'm surprised they got anything in the back of the Cybertruck, but I guess they kept the this cover rolled up.
By the way, did we mention that there was another update from Elon, I believe?
Oh, Elon update. There we go.
Yes. Well, there's our answer of what's going to happen and how long it might take. Elon Musk posting to be confident of a good flight. 2 Raptors will be removed and replaced. Most probable launch timing is early next week.
There you have it.
Week.
There you go,
It's
Alex.
not
You
tomorrow.
can say I told you so.
Exactly. I said it.
Yep.
Don't pay attention to the clock on the website because it's not it's not adequate. It's not proper, and it messes things up very often. Elon says most probable launch timing is early next week. So that is probably going to be what we go from. And yeah, 2 Raptors will be removed and replaced, and that means it is rolling back to the production site. So be on the lookout for a destack and a rollback of both. Well, I don't know if the ship will need to roll back. It can probably stay at the launch site. It just depends on whether they might want to do any further testing once they replace the engines. But yeah, at least the booster, that's for sure. It needs to be rolled back for those engines to be changed. So that is official confirmation from the boss at SpaceX that they are indeed destacking and removing the booster.
All right.
It's interesting that he says 2 Raptors will be removed and replaced with considering we saw 4.
Yeah, we saw 4
light on the graphic. But those 4, it was 2 groups of 2. So I wonder if on both instances there was one Raptor which was unhappy and impacted the neighboring Raptor, and that happened, because it was 2 groups of 2 separated by one working Raptor. So it was the same kind of vicinity of the engine bay. So I don't know. I'm just
theory.
Pure speculation here, but I'm just throwing that out there.
What's your theory, Alex?
Remember what I explained? Like, there might be 2 ways of shutting down the engine, one fast and one slow. What if of the 4 engines that did not light, actually they tried to light up, but then they shut down very quickly, and 2 of them got damaged.
That's
but
possible.
then the rest, the 20 others, they had enough time to do a slow shutdown and get into a nice position where they can just be used again and be fine.
Could also be when they bring it back and tear it apart that they look at those other engines and go, oh, maybe we do actually need to replace those too.
Yeah, that's possible. It's like starting with 2, but they may find more while they're in there looking around, huh?
Always a possibility.
Yep. All right. Well, hey, you know something? I need to say something real here. I know the stream is coming to an end, right? And I know that everybody's going to be like, oh, okay, now we're done until the next launch attempt. Keep in mind that when something like this happens, the day's only halfway done for the NSF folks in the field.
Yeah.
Like the people that are out here, Dan and all the people over on the side, Dee and Max and everybody over there, Caesar, Colleen, over here, me and Jerry, our day is now halfway done. We spent all of our time setting up this morning, and then we were here for the whole show, did the whole event, brought you all the views, got you everything, and then now we have to break down. We can't leave this tent up here on the roof of the hotel. We can't leave all the camera equipment deployed. We have to take it all apart and take it back in. So it is true. I'm not exaggerating. Our day is not done. Our day is about halfway done. And we do appreciate all the support we get from y'all. I know we talk about things in the shop a lot, and I know like super chats, we say thank you to people and all the different stuff that we do. But that's what's going to let us buy dinner for the team tonight. Right, that's what's going to keep the hotel and the rental car going. That's what allows us to keep doing this. So thank y'all so much for all of the freaking support. I know sometimes people are rolling their eyes like, oh my gosh, they're talking about supports. Nobody knows as well as we know that we couldn't do this if y'all didn't show up and didn't support us. So the super chats that come in, we'll make sure that we get some good dinner for the team. I'll see how many super chats we got and see what we get them for dinner. We may end up with hot dogs or something, or we may go get them something nicer.
Dodger dogs. You should get some of those.
We'll get them some Dodger dogs. Nice.
I was also thinking that about you guys folks in the field. Sometimes, we sell the scrub merch and all that stuff. You might think of us, oh, they really want this to scrub just to make more money. Sometimes being out there in the field means when there's a scrub like this of like multi-day scrubs and things like that, means rentals have to be extended. You have to pay more for equipment and things like that. That's a toll. That's actually like this kind of support helps like that as well to support any of that. You can talk about it better than me, Daz, but I thought I should point that out as well because it's very important that these scrubs also carry more effort from our side of things as well.
Yeah, think about it. Like if you go on a trip or something, then your trip gets delayed and you have to stay for longer. You probably have to extend your hotel. You have to extend your rental car. It's going to cost you more because you're getting food. You're going out to eat or whatever while you're there. I mean, it sounds, poor you. You get to stay at Starbase longer. Well, we don't just stand around here. It's not like we lounge at the pool in the meantime.
That's Jack and Max after the launch pushing him in the pool.
I have a somewhat of an understanding of what it takes us financially to run a launch day, right? And I think a lot of people, you see super chats come in and you're like, oh, they make so much money. The super chats don't even come close to covering the expenses to get the whole team out here and well taken care of for the launch day. So Well, honestly, we don't even keep the super chats. We give the super chats to the team specifically. It's the ad money we use to pay for rental cars and that sort of stuff. The team members that make the show happen get to split up the super chats, like a rev share sort of thing. So, anyways,
that helps power the AC here in my room.
That was the thing I wanted to say. Out here, we're not done for the day. It's not like we're going to disconnect and just, okay, bye. We're all comfortable now. We have hours worth of work to do to go and pull cameras and pull cables and take down this tent and move vehicles around. And I don't know if we're gonna have to pull the trailer or not. Like all the different things we're gonna do. It's just getting started. We don't even get to go to sleep. We're now getting ready to go out and do all of the cleanup that we have to do. So, anyways, we'll stop beating a dead horse there. But big thanks to the field team.
And the first time of many, because then you'll have to pick up remotes and then reset remotes and put them out again, and then reload all the stuff you just put out again.
Yep.
Ask us how we all know from all of our field people.
It is it's a lot of work. Like I sometimes wish I could bring y'all along. It's like a day in the life of a launch setup, and just drag y'all around everywhere. The team was out at 6-something this morning, 5-something this morning, getting stuff ready out at Starbase. I wish we could just drag y'all around for a whole thing. Maybe we'll do that one day. I don't know.
Well, you did say you're giving a special treat for Memes as soon as we wrap up here, which is very shortly, right?
Yeah, we'll stay live here on the roof, and for the members, sort of behind the scenes stream, we'll stay live and we'll give people a little behind the scenes sneak peek of what's up here on the roof. But then after we give you a sneak peek, we have to disconnect everything and put it back in the boxes and take it down 13 flights of stairs. Not really. It's down one flight of stairs, and then we have to go halfway across the hotel to the elevator, and then we can use the elevator for the last 12 stories.
Well, the Lightning Programmer getting that opportunity as a PadRat member, and Purpafur becoming a Capcom member, getting that opportunity, as well as the photos that get posted. There's usually about 5 of them that get posted on the YouTube for members, and then the NSF Discord access, where there's a lot more stuff. So, enjoy. I'm guessing that's your hint to us that we should probably start wrapping up soon as we watch the stands roll their way over to the launch area.
I don't know. Am I in charge? Who's in charge of deciding when the stream stops? It's not me, is it?
I believe that's Kevin Michael Reed who's pushing the buttons, pulling the levers. I think he just said something in my ear that I talked over.
Yes, I think Kevin just confirmed that we should wrap. All right.
Kevin's sleepy.
Well, are you going out live, Kevin? He's talking to us.
Big Steve, before we go, with a $50 super chat saying, we love the job you guys do. It is so enjoyable to watch a launch for you guys and get all the interesting information. Thanks for being the best crew to listen to a launch. Well, thank you for being the best people to join us and comment and watch the launch and actually have some great questions for us that we get to answer. So thank you, everyone. And with that, I think we can start wrapping up here and thanking people. Let's see, what order do we get to go in?
We're teasing this wrap up more than we teased the hype video.
Are you hyped for the rap? Chad, are you hyped for the rap? No, I'm kidding.
We're not talking about rap. No.
You spoke first.
Not that kind of rap.
Thank you, Ryan Caton.
You're very welcome. It's been great as always. Sorry, this rapping is great timing because I'm hearing a car alarm go off outside and I just want to make sure it's not my car. Are we safe? We're safe. We're safe. It's not my car. We're okay, everybody.
You do have cars over there. Okay.
We're good. We do have cars. Thank you. We'll see you not tomorrow sometime. Well, we'll see you tomorrow for This Week in SpaceX. I'll be editing that. Got to wake up, yippee.
You'll also be in that as well because you got a clip to appear on.
Yes. Do I? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have to write about that. I'll do that tomorrow because I have to write about this scrub and other things that have been presented by SpaceX on today's coverage. But yeah, that's one of the many things that I have to do. Exactly. You can see here my name, that very long name. But yeah, lots of things to do. The fun doesn't stop. We have to keep writing things, and so I have already here stuff, and we'll be back tomorrow for a live stream anyways, because there's the flame trench. Hi, Das.
I'll talk when Alex stops talking. Are you done?
No, you go. You go. You can interrupt me and everything. It's okay.
All right. Up here on the roof of the Margaritaville over at South Padre Island, we're going to hang around for a few minutes to hang out with the members and show how a bunch of our behind-the-scenes equipment. But appreciate y'all joining us. Jerry's here as well. Wait for him, Jerry. Hey, there's Jerry over that way. Cool. Keep on going with the list of names.
Yes, absolutely.
Why is
Also
Jerry
mention-
wearing a disco ball?
Disco ball.
His shirt is really shiny.
It was flickering, yeah.
Well, it's because it's a fantastic lightweight sun shirt from shop.com.
UPF
Wait,
50
does
plus?
DAS feed have a chroma key?
It looked like it
Applied?
might for a second there. Did Jerry disappear when he was on
Yeah, I
camera?
think Jerry keyed out.
Wait.
No, there, yeah, it's a green shirt.
There you go.
Oh, I thought he had a really shiny shirt, but it was just video artifact. Okay, ignore me. Sorry. Let's wrap up. I'm hungry.
Yeah, Jerry's up here with sequins on the roof of that. No, it's not a thing.
Yep, also, you saw there Max Evans, D-Wise with cameras out there in the field as well. Kevin Michael Reed has been the one pushing the buttons and pulling the levers. And hey, that's me. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I've been your host for this half of the launch attempt stream, we'll call it. I'll be with you, of course, for the next one too, as will the whole team, and we hope you'll join us then. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and have a great rest of your Thursday, or if you're over in the UK, Friday, or whatever day it is where you are.
I can feel the sun coming from that image. Actually, I can feel the sun coming from the sun.
And here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did he just do a kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, Gino.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, that sure looks like a perfect world.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is! That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No! Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
This is the final go, no-go poll for today's operations.
Full reusability of an engine like this is really something that people haven't done before.
We didn't know what we were doing because it was impossible to know what you were doing. Because no one had ever done something like this before.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition.
Max Q. Separation.
One Raptor vacuum is off.
We lost a Raptor vacuum.
Ship FTS is saved.
Starship is turning for final approach to landing site.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
Alright, the chamber pressure looks good.